You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It's a beautiful 42 degrees right now.
Nice.
But it's going to get even better.
What?
We are diddling 60.
Nice.
Across the greater Rochester area, it doesn't look like there's going to be any precipitation.
No.
Even tomorrow, we're going to have highs in the low to mid-50s, although a 50% chance of rain depending on where you
All
are.
right, so not a bad weekend.
Yeah. So if you're up early like we are every single day, you see some strange things.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Like, for example, this morning, Kimmy was playing one of her favorite drive-to-work games.
One of my favorite games. It's called Jogger or Running from Something.
Oh, all right.
I try to assess based on their clothing, but sometimes it's still hard to tell.
So you said there were a lot of people out on the street.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people out. I don't know if they're getting their morning workout in or what, but just a lot of people just outside today.
Well, the weather's nice.
Yeah, it's still
I guess
pretty
you
early.
Get a good morning run in.
Yeah.
You're not going to bust your ass,
Sure.
slip it in
Yeah.
crap.
Good catch.
So, or you could steal something, too, and run with it.
So let's talk about, there are three reasons you'd be running.
Yeah.
First would be the exercise. Second would be what you just brought
You
up.
stealing.
Yeah, you did something wrong.
Or you're running for your life.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And that's the one that has me the most concerned because
So he's
when
being
I see
pursued.
because when I see this, I do always stop to look around like is he being chased by something? Like, should I proceed with caution here? What's going on?
Well, I always think, like, if you're really hauling ass.
And this guy was, I think this guy was a jogger, but he was going at a pretty quick, like,
All right.
fast speed for jogging.
Well, you'd think someone up at 4:45 running would be a
yeah,
pretty good athlete,
You're right, and that's probably the case, but it was a little bit alarming.
I would always think, like, if you were running from something, you would be occasionally looking behind you where a jogger wouldn't.
I look behind me when I jog.
You do?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get hit by a car.
Yeah, this guy was in the road.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll do the glance over the shoulder because I don't know if
Well, I don't mean like a I'll be like.
Oh, yeah, well, that's how I looked, though. It's the only way I can turn my head. Yeah. So there is something about, like, there are things you become used to when you're up early in the morning.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there are noises that would alarm you at any other time of the day where I hear it so much doesn't bother me. There were, people blowing red lights doesn't even throw me anymore. I'm at the point now where I will slow down at green lights in the city at 3 o'clock in the morning because I know someone's going to blow a
Because
red light.
Tommy's going to come through.
Exactly, and I don't feel like getting T-boned, right? But for whatever reason, and I don't know about you guys, seeing someone running at 3 o'clock in the morning, I've never become desensitized to.
No.
I will always slow down. I will always look. Because there's nothing I can do.
No.
I mean, maybe call the cops if I now see something like wildly alarming. But I always get an uncomfortable feeling when I see that running person at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Like,
and
are
it's
you
been that way
concerned-
for 12 years.
Are you concerned for them?
It looks super ass dangerous
Yeah.
to me, man.
Both.
Okay.
I'm concerned for them. I'm also concerned that there's something coming down the way, like a gun or,
Oh, yeah,
you know what I
sure.
mean? Where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I got to get the hell out of
Yeah.
here, too. Like, you never become desensitized to running person in a place and time they shouldn't be running.
Yeah.
And that goes further down a road here. Like, I guess 5 o'clock in the morning, Kimmy, in the city is not the worst time to run.
Yeah.
People go to the gym at 5
You're
o'clock.
getting
Yeah,
up
they
and
do.
at it before work. Yeah.
I am driving down into the city at, like,
You're early.
3.
It's more the morning. It's more in the middle of the night than it
Yeah.
is the morning.
There are people that jog at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Where though?
Cornhill area.
Yeah, I remember that when I lived there.
What?
I don't know how they find the motivation. Like, I'm jealous. I'm jealous that they can get themselves out of bed to do that.
Motivation's one thing. Anywhere running at 3 o'clock in the morning seems like a dangerous proposition.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, what's your plan if something...
Goes wrong.
Yeah. Because, like, you could be hit by a drunk driver. That guy takes off, you're gone.
Weird animals you run into.
That's a great call, right? Coyotes everywhere, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Including
So
the
we
Super
even
Bowl.
got city coyote.
And then, like, let's say somebody
Jumps your ass.
Exactly. Like, what is the protocol? What's your plan? Well, you running
Now he's
with
got your forehead lamp.
Oh, yeah. Do you run with pepper spray or something?
Okay, but like,
But what is that going to do for when you get jumped? So you're going to end up spraying the trees?
you bring up a good point. Like, in danger, all your adrenaline running, going like crazy. Are you sure you're even going to be able to operate that the right way? And you're not going to hurt yourself more than you're going to hurt the person
And you're
that's
going to get
attacking you.
blindsided, right? You're not going to see what's ever hitting you.
Well,
Yeah.
you bring that up because we do have a coworker that has I call it like a death keychain because it's got so many like
Really?
defensive weapons on it.
Like the Batman utility
It
belt.
really is.
And there was one time when I drove this person to work, and there were a bunch of people outside as we were getting out of our car, and she didn't even think to bring it out. Like,
Wait, she
not
left
that there
it?
was any danger. Like, it was fine. But I'm thinking, like, in this situation would be the time to, like, I don't know, like, have your hand on your pepper spray or, like, be ready to go.
Your
and, like, she was
canister?
like, she goes, we get inside, and she was like, oh, yeah, I forgot I had that.
But you know what's funny about that, Kimmy? Again, this morning, 252 WCMF, with the beautiful weather, Kimmy was playing her favorite game on her ride to work.
Jogger or running from something.
Okay, and you never know.
No, you don't.
never know when you're going into work early. I mean, Kimmy, to give her a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Like, like we said, you become desensitized to
Yeah.
things. Like when I first started, like 15 years ago, coming down here at 3 o'clock in the morning, there would be times where I'd be stopped at a red light and there'd be someone on the street corner and I'd get a little anxious.
Yeah.
Like, are they going to try and jump in my car? Or is there something going on?
Well, they
here?
looked a little desperate.
Well, I don't know. It's just anybody
Outside,
standing there. Like
yeah.
you're on a street corner at 3 o'clock in the morning and nothing else is going around. I'm at the point now, does not even. I'll wave to him.
Yeah.
Like I've done this so many times and nothing has happened. Knock on wood. That
Yeah.
it does not give me anxiety in any way.
But sometimes you start seeing the same people over and over again. Like
Okay.
certain
Yeah.
times of the year.
The regulars.
It's like you just go, oh, regular sketch guy.
Regular sketch.
My normal sketch.
Maybe he's been setting you up, man, letting you get comfortable.
Playing
for
the long game.
4 years, and now he's gonna get your flashlight.
Get that $12 out of my man purse.
But I would just think somebody that has that stuff ready to go is like almost like more aware of using it.
Well, you went
You know
out
what I
and
mean?
got it, and
Yeah,
you put
exactly.
it on you, but then
Because
you just don't bring it
Right.
out.
You got it because this whole situation of being here this early in the morning makes you nervous.
Well, I
you
think
know?
it goes past ready to use it. I would feel like if you spend all that money, because she
Yeah.
was excited when she got this stuff, Kimmy.
But she showed us.
Like it almost
she
made
came
me
in,
nervous
yeah.
for her to have it in the room with us.
It was like
Yeah.
a Barbie defense kit.
Yeah, it was bright pink.
Yeah, I mean, it was all
Yeah.
on point.
And 3/4 of these things are things you're not legally allowed to
It
have
was
in the state of
bad-
New
And
it
York.
two of them were fuzzy.
They were bedazzled.
Yes, I was like, I don't know if that's a fashion statement or you're going to F somebody up with that.
Well, it was almost like with the pink and the fuzziness, like some kind of BDSM like setup
Yeah.
that she was
Yeah,
going to
you're
use
right.
on
Yeah.
somebody, right? But like Kimmy,
Like you work at the leather castle.
I would think that not only are you more apt to use it because you're afraid,
Yeah.
you want to use it.
Yeah.
You're looking for a reason. To
There
just,
is a
Didn't even cross her mind.
That's my brother with his guns. Like I just
Yeah.
know he's dying to fire this thing.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean,
Or at least like threaten somebody
Oh,
with
yeah.
it. Yeah.
anything you get from like Amazon and you open up, you want to use it as soon as
Yeah.
you can. Slushy cup, I'm going to put some juice in there right now. Put it right in the freezer. Pepper spray.
So I had noticed because of my age, they're starting to send me targeted ads for like senior self-defense stuff.
Wait a minute. You mean like
Like stuff
items?
I could use at my
Okay.
age that you probably wouldn't. You would think is a joke.
For an example.
So one is a telescopic. It's like a nightstick.
Oh yeah.
Like you hit the thing, you just flick it out like, and then they show you like him hitting it with a hammer, running over the truck, how tough it is, like that. And I go, man, you should not put this in old man's hands because they will not use it for what you're thinking they're going to use it for.
Are those legal in the state of New York?
I don't know.
Because my dad had one of those when he was a
But
cop.
he's a cop.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was on
Right.
his.
It's like a nightstick, but it's like you could put it in your pocket.
I know exactly the type. It's like hand size.
And
it
it's
flings
telescopic.
out.
You flick it out, and
Yeah.
there you go.
Those things are nasty.
Yeah. But I can see a guy using that down at the DMV to make a point. hey, tap it on the gun. I haven't got any service yet. I'm leaving if you don't come out now.
90 minutes. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Tom. Hey Tom, what's up, buddy?
Hey, out walking this morning. Good morning to y'all.
Morning.
Just wanted to let you know that some of us do go armed in the morning, but out here on the east side suburbia, it's the animals I'm afraid of.
That's a terrible way to talk about
It's
Tommy.
the animals. I'm afraid.
What do you do?
The four-legged type.
Yeah, no, I
I've
got
already
again.
Already been chased by one coyote here this year.
Oh, you got your steps in.
So Tom, what do you bring to protect yourself from animals?
Let's just call it a legal sidearm.
You bring a gun?
Yep.
Okay, Tom, now listen, with all due respect, and I'm proud of you, buddy. You're getting out there, you're getting your steps in, you're being healthy, but you sound out of breath. Like, I would be worried, like, if you stumble or you breathe the wrong way. Right? Exactly. You're losing a toe, Tom.
Well, here, I'll give you a little secret.
Okay.
I'm a stage 4 cancer patient.
Okay.
And I'm out here doing it anyway.
Attaboy.
All right.
Get after it, Tom.
Attaboy. So I guess, if you're living on borrowed time, shooting yourself in the toe isn't all that big a deal anyway.
No, not at all. I just don't want to get eaten.
Tom, keep doing your thing, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning to y'all.
All right. Goodbye, Tom. Got a gun to fight off the coyotes.
Yeah, I'm probably leaving that gun at home. I'm not running with a gun. I think it says it on the gun. Don't run with this.
Do not run with gun.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Because, we're talking about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Those are obvious, strange workout times. What is your cutoff time in the morning where it is socially acceptable to be out running, working out?
Like the
How
latest
early?
you'll
Yeah,
do?
the
earliest.
early time where you're like, okay, this makes sense now.
Dawn. Like there's some light.
So,
There's at least
now?
some natural light
6
out for
a.m.?
you so you can kind of have your bearings.
Okay, but here's the thing. If you're someone that runs outside all year round, right, sometimes it's late at 6 in the morning. Sometimes it doesn't
You'd
get
have
late
to
till
adjust.
7:30.
I would
Well,
think-
no, because if I got to go to work at 7, Tommy, I can't adjust.
All right.
So it's got to be a time.
So you...
Is it 6? Are you comfortable at 6 o'clock in the morning, jogger?
yeah, I guess so.
Jogging
I mean,
at 6?
that is morning.
Yeah, and everybody's probably, getting up around that time, depending on when you work, what time you get up for work.
3 o'clock in the morning is the night. That's night. That's not the morning to me.
Well, but it all depends.
That's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It can also depend on what you do for a living. Like, if I wanted to get up and work out before work, I would have to be up at 1:30 to
Yeah,
get
which
it
is
done.
Yes,
insane.
Well, yeah, but our schedules are just different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And when are you going to bed? At
Yeah.
4 in the afternoon?
You would never see your family.
Right. They'd be like, yeah, we just screw up your whole life.
Yeah.
It's not even worth being in shape. Like,
Piece of-
you're in shape for
Yeah.
what? To take a nap?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I get
great point.
Get some peace and quiet out of it. That sounds pretty damn good. I mean, don't a lot of people do this stuff for the peace and quiet of it anyway?
Well, they just want to get out and just, focus, clear their mind. Yeah, it's very therapeutic.
Yeah.
To your point, I know a couple people that they're the early gym goers. They get there right as soon as the gym opens, and I think they initially wanted to do it for the peace and quiet until everybody else caught on and did the same thing. So it's not even, you don't even get the peace and quiet because everybody's showing up at that time to get it in before work.
Like when I was training for that boxing match.
Yeah. Your high school bachelor?
Yeah, back a couple of years ago. There were times where if I had something to do with the kids on a Saturday, I'd get up and run at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And on a Saturday, it was great because there's literally no noise.
Yeah.
You're all
In
alone.
your neighborhood, yeah.
It was I'm running through the neighborhoods in Henrietta. It was just and I would make that same run at 5, 6 o'clock at night, and it was complete chaos.
Course.
Everyone's coming home from work.
Yeah.
there's
It's
people
rush
outside,
hour.
Yeah, grilling.
Yeah.
There's kids running around.
Yeah.
It was a massive difference. There was no zen, Tommy.
Well,
Yeah.
you probably get more done in the morning, right? And just in general. If you get up before everybody else, you probably can get twice as much done.
Well, you know what they say.
What's that?
The early bird gets shot by Tom. After he lost a toe,
Yes.
breathing heavy, holding his handgun. All right, so if you're out there running, you're probably not listening to us except
Yeah.
for Tom. Keep going, buddy. Just be safe out there.
Yes.
And you got to know your body.
And you got to know your area, your bearings, and your body.
We got a Dynamite Baron's body kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's starting to get creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Also, just after 7 o'clock. Look, this would piss anybody off. If you hand cash to somebody and they hand you back the wrong change.
Oh, sure.
You got shorted.
Yeah.
You have a decision to make in that point. How far do you want to take this? There was one man from our area
Yeah.
who took it far.
He ain't letting it go.
He did not let it go. But here's the thing. If he actually was shorted, which, by the way, is not covered in this story, did he do wrong?
All right. Well,
We'll get into the story just after 7 o'clock here at the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Super Bowl's on Sunday.
yeah, they should bring that up once in a while.
Well, bro, have you seen the ads
Bro.
that we play on our show?
No, I've not heard
Super
of
Bowl's on Sunday. We
It is?
advertise the Super Bowl
Write
on
it
the
down.
radio. But last night,
Yeah.
all of the rest of the NFL got together to hand out the major awards for the year.
Oh, this is like Player of the Year guy and all that.
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, it's called the NFL Honors. And there were 2 bills up for 2 awards.
Yeah.
One guy had no shot. The other one seemed like a lock. See the word seemed like a lock.
I agree with their decision.
Oh, here we go.
I don't even think the guy that won agrees with their decision.
He didn't want it, and he said as much.
But if you look at what it actually says,
Yeah. Well, but yeah, I guess.
I mean, if you base it on what it actually means.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, the big NFL event is on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
But last night, the who's who, who's everybody, gathered for the NFL awards show.
Thank God we're doing this.
Well, it is funny that they, who sat and watched that last night, really?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I take it back. There may have been a ton of Bills fans that tuned in to see an emotional moment that was almost a guarantee.
Well, it started really late, and I know that's an old person
Yes, it
thing
was.
that just came out of my mouth. But I think it started at like 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Who's got time for that? But when I say almost a guarantee, the key word in that sentence was almost.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45 this morning. This man would have been in zero trouble had he just stayed put.
Oh.
Because he didn't, not only did we all get to witness this unbelievably embarrassing and dangerous thing that he did in the town of Gates, the cops are now looking for him. And we'll tell you the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So the NFL Honors Awards show was last night. And if you're not familiar with it, it's like the Oscars.
Yeah.
Where they hand out major awards like MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year. It's fairly recent, Kimmy. They've only done it, like the last 7-8 years?
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure.
It
But
used
they
to be,
do it like at the Academy Awards, right? Like everybody's all dolled up and they call your name up.
They have
They
like
have
the red carpet.
Yeah, they have a presenter, there's a monologue, all that stuff. So there were actually 3 Bills up for major awards last night. You had Deion Dawkins for Walter Payton Man of the Year, but he didn't really have a shot at winning that.
Okay.
Yeah, Josh Allen as a finalist for MVP. He had no chance at winning, so much so he didn't even show up.
Well, he's playing golf, man.
No, he actually showed up on a game show.
Yeah, it was like a trivia thing. Yeah.
Yes. But then there was the Bills' lock.
The lock.
Demar Hamlin was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year, on account of him dying and then not being dead and then coming back to play football.
Coming back to, actually play.
And look, all season long, he was the wide betting favorite across all sports books to win this award.
Kind of thought he was a lock.
Well, I mean, Kimmy, it was just a formality that he was going to show up and be handed the trophy.
We almost thought it would be too awkward to not give him the trophy.
Well, now we know how awkward it is because he didn't win.
Which makes sense to me.
Okay, hold on. Put a pin in it.
Right.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Browns quarterback Joe Flacco won the Comeback Player of the Year award because apparently playing for the Jets is a fate worse than death. So, Tommy, there are a ton of Bills fans that are very upset this morning, but you are not, and why?
Because this is not what Joe Flacco brought Cleveland back, right? Nobody gave them a shot.
Okay.
Their star goes down. The star that kind of had a sketchy past. Okay. It's an amazing story.
Sure.
Demar Hamlin died. He came back. They brought him back to life. It's an amazing story.
Okay.
That's not what this award is. This award is like, what did you do to bring your team back?
Okay.
What happened?
Was it?
You didn't even play.
So here's the thing. There is no actual definition of Comeback Player of the Year.
But it's kind of it's implied comeback player of the year, not human being we brought back to life on the field.
Do you realize though that giving it to Joe Flacco, they're saying, "Hey, you're old and you did it."
So,
yes.
To her point, Joe Flacco was asked last week about winning Comeback Player of the Year. Potentially. And he almost sounded upset that he was even nominated. And I'm paraphrasing him, but he said, what am I coming back from? Being old? He didn't come back from anything.
All right. But you brought the team back.
Okay.
I get.
Kind of, yeah.
DeMar had an amazing story, but they saved that kid's life.
Sure.
He just laid there. If those people, those experts didn't come over and save that kid, he's a goner. He didn't do a damn thing.
You're right,
I'm
but
sorry.
he did. I can't imagine doing that, going through that, and then playing football
Working
again.
his way back to be a professional athlete.
But he didn't even play.
But
He did.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did.
What, that
played in
one
NFL
trick
games.
play?
Well, I mean, that is a play. No,
To just to get out on the field and subject yourself to being hit again by somebody.
By the way, it's an amazing story, but it didn't do anything for the team.
I can hear how amazing it is based on your voice. What did it do for the Browns? They lost in the first round.
Okay, so if
DeMar Hamlin made it further than Joe Flacco did.
But if you pulled DeMar was not key to this team this year at all.
Okay.
He was not a key player at all.
That's fair.
Joe
statement.
Flacco is. So
Kimmy,
how do you say that? I mean, listen, man.
I
they
think
saved
this
your
is-
life. Enjoy it and go live your life.
But I would think this particular award is more an individual award than it is what did you do for your team
Comeback
award.
Player of the Year.
Yeah.
And I do have a point to make about what you're arguing here, because you're arguing your performance on the field is what matters. Kimmy, I need a favor. Can you pull up the Browns record and name off the teams that Joe Flacco beat in his little run? Second, Alex Smith.
Okay, you've already tainted the experiment by calling it his little run. It was an amazing run to be an NFL player.
He played the same amount of games that Demar Hamlin did.
Okay, but he played.
So did Demar Hamlin. He played special teams and defensive snaps. He played.
Bro, how many times that kid hit the field?
Every time there was a kickoff, punt,
And
kick return, played football. So you brought up about how you have to be a good player. Alex Smith, you remember Alex Smith, right?
No.
You're going to sit here and let me tell you about the history of the game. You remember Alex Smith? No.
I never played the game, Patrick.
He was the one who had his leg snapped in half playing for Washington. You remember that? They almost had to take his leg off.
What year was that?
This was like 5-6 years ago.
Oh.
They rebuilt his leg. He came back and played a couple of years later. He had a 28 passer rating, which is dreadful. He had like 6 touchdowns, like 10 interceptions. He won comeback player of the year.
They shouldn't do that.
Well, you shouldn't give it to him. Kimmy, do you have in front of you? Because it was a ridiculously easy run that the Browns went on. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Joe Flacco. It's amazing at 37.
You just said easy run, little run.
You just said that it wasn't
baby
amazing.
Arm Joey.
That a man who was
dead
football and lost
little man hands.
like 30 pounds in a coma didn't work his way back. My dad went through the exact same thing Demar Hamlin did. That guy can barely speak anymore.
And
he doesn't have brain
award.
damage. He didn't get an award. He got to throw out a first pitch in Frontier Field. He's trying to die again so he can go do it again.
So,
what do we got?
Joe Flacco beat the Jags, I believe.
Okay, Jags
playoff-bound Jags.
Jags didn't make the playoffs.
Bears.
Wow.
Coming up, though.
Yeah, no, they have the first overall pick of the draft.
The Texans.
Playoff bound.
Without C.J. Stroud.
The Jets.
Whoa.
And that's it.
Okay, so he beat some of the worst teams in the league, and then a team without their starting quarterback that made them go.
Did they win a playoff game?
They lost their opening round playoff game, but this is a regular season award, so that wouldn't have counted anyway. Look, man, I'm fine with Joe Flacco winning.
You sounded.
I had said a week ago.
Pathetic.
I don't think. Yeah, but look.
Sad old man. Why don't you go die, you old man?
His words, what did I come back from? Being old. To all of you Bills fans that are upset about Demar Hamlin losing comeback player of the year to Joe Flacco, I do have some things to make you feel better.
What's up?
So first of all, Demar Hamlin actually got the most first place votes.
Okay. Well, he got that. How do you lose it?
Yeah,
so
how does
it was,
that work?
I guess it's weighted like first place vote.
Oh, the Electoral College, though.
First place vote counts for X, second place Y, third place Z. Joe Flacco got so many second place votes, he somehow won the award, which I guess doesn't make sense.
On it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't even know who decides.
The Associated Press.
It could be players, too. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, second, the award doesn't really mean anything.
Well, of course not. None of these awards do. It doesn't do anything.
Well, MVP matters when it comes to, like, Hall of Fame credentials. Right. Same with Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year. But, fun fact, the Comeback Player of the Year has only been a thing since 1998. And Doug Flutie was the first player to ever win Comeback Player of the Year after his performance in Buffalo. And the fact that 95% of you didn't know that shows how much Comeback Player of the Year actually matters. And third, DeMar didn't seem bothered by it at all.
Well, I feel
he's
like
a class kid.
He's also, I mean, he's been out there so much. Like, they featured him at the ESPYs. Like, this, it's not like this would have been like the first award or acknowledgement he's gotten, right?
Yeah, and past that, I mean, look, it's nice that Joe Flacco gets to hold that award, and his acceptance speech was wonderful, and he was very gracious, right? Especially after the comments he made last week. Like, it almost felt like, damn it, now I got to get up there and hold this thing. Because I think Joe Flacco also understands in that moment what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, he's been around long enough to know, like, this is not good, and I may catch some strays here because I won the award. DeMar Hamlin didn't, even though he had nothing to do with it. But, like, when it comes to DeMar, right, that guy made an impact worldwide between his story, the money his charity raised, countless folks who went out.
All the things that happen around him.
Exactly. Like, there are lives of youth athletes that have already been saved because a bunch of schools went out and they got those AED paddle machines.
Those defibrillators?
Yeah, that saved him. There are kids that were in school and had cardiac arrest.
It's a great story. It's going to be a great documentary. It's going to be a great 30 for 30.
And DeMar Hamlin is going to be okay. And it's funny, like, you bring up the 30 for 30. We have this argument all the time.
Right.
You don't need a 30 for 30 because we all watched it happen in time.
Yeah, but they're still going to make that doesn't stop them from making documentaries, man.
It's actually amazing how fast they turn around these stories now to the point where I'm like, didn't that just happen? Like, how'd they get that done so fast?
There are, however, two very funny things about Joe Flacco winning this award.
What's that?
First of all, how bad it makes the Jets look.
So the Jets got rid of him last year?
So Joe Flacco had played on the Jets the 2 seasons before as a backup quarterback. He was there to mentor Zach Wilson, the guy they took second overall.
Yeah.
He played terribly 2 years ago. He played terribly last year. When Aaron Rodgers went down, the Jets had an opportunity to sign Joe Flacco, who everyone was familiar with, and they passed because they said...
Well, they saw the golden apple.
And well, what do you mean?
They wanted Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, no, I'm saying this was after Aaron Rodgers went down. They had a chance to sign him as a vet that could come in and play. And they didn't think he had anything left in the tank, and he went to Cleveland, and he took him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it makes the Jets, I mean, they're already a tire fire of a franchise. It makes them look that much worse.
So is Joe Flacco like done now, or is he still going to try to give it
Well,
a go?
if Deshaun comes back, they don't really need him.
Yeah,
Because they have their backup, right?
I just don't know if he's going to try to catch on somewhere else,
know. I
or
mean,
if he's giving it up
I
completely.
mean, the guy's, 60?
He's 37. Like, that's what's funny.
That's 60 in the NFL.
He's still like 7 years away from the oldest quarterback to ever play an NFL game. Like,
Well-
when we talk about old, 37 in the NFL is old.
Is Tom Brady the oldest ever?
Yes, and he passed. Oh my God, this is going to bother me all day. There was a quarterback who came back after 3 years of never playing a game to start a couple games for the Falcons during their Super Bowl.
all right.
And I know Steve DeBerg.
Okay.
Wow.
Write that down. You want a bar bet. So, I don't know, Kimmy. I would understand if Joe Flacco, if he's having fun, why not keep yourself in shape and see after what you did if a team.
Try to
now
go for a couple more concussions and see if you can pick up one of your grandkids 10 years from now.
I just wonder, that may be your high, go out on a high.
Oh, yeah.
Because you kind of surpassed everybody's expectations. What are the odds you do that again somewhere else?
Probably pretty slim, right?
Well, here's the thing. It's possible from a statistical standpoint that Joe Flacco is now a Hall of Famer because of what he did with the Browns this year, because he was borderline. He won a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
if
he
you
did.
look at his numbers, they are sneaky elite.
He had a lot of solid seasons.
Yeah. And he lost his job to Lamar Jackson, who's, you know, he's older. Lamar Jackson's like a freak of an athlete.
Right.
It makes sense.
Okay.
But that's not the funniest part about last night.
What's that?
The most funny part about Demar Hamlin losing comeback player of the year. Tommy, you remember last year, everything happens to Demar, and it brings everyone together. It was one of those moments. We haven't had a lot of these in the last 8 years.
Kumbaya type of thing.
Everybody was together. And that lasted about 2 weeks.
No, which is pretty long for America.
Because all of a sudden, all of these conspiracy theories about Demar Hamlin started showing up. That he was not actually dead and he faked the whole thing for some
He was on
reason.
that island with JFK and Hitler.
That Demar Hamlin actually died. They didn't bring him back to life. He was dead, and they replaced him with a clone. That was a real conspiracy theory that actual human beings with jobs believed. That the NFL cloned Demar Hamlin.
Which they would have had to have done when he was born.
Well,
right?
Kimmy, look, I don't know how clone
to put him
technology
around
works.
the same age.
I don't know.
But we've
I
been
guess
doing
you're
it with
right.
ghosts for
Maybe there's
years.
technology we don't know about, Pat.
When we brought up how ridiculous people looked who said that Demar Hamlin was a clone, we were inundated with legitimate angry Facebook messages and emails. People sending us videos. Look at the difference. Look at, he's wearing a mask at the guy. Gotta be. You know why? Because your clone face don't look like your real face. So based on that, the NFL and whomever else had the power to clone a man that died on the field. A person that Bills
They
fans...
had a go team.
Yeah, they had that.
Yeah.
And by the way, they cloned a guy who most Bills fans weren't even really familiar with.
So
right?
they would have to have a lab of in Goodell's basement working on this stuff.
That can instantly
Clones
clone an
of
adult.
everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a Demar.
So they had a clone of Demar Hamlin ready to roll. They had that kind of technology. But those same people that were able to clone a human didn't have the power to rig the NFL honors to win him comeback player of the year.
Man.
You've mastered clone technology, but you can't sway those 15 voters. Come on. It is a nice little bow on the whole, do you realize how stupid you looked a year ago discussion.
So is Demar out of the league after this now? I mean, would he be back?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Because he was like a third string guy, right? He never was like a big player.
All right, so let me explain it to the Tommy Mullets of the world.
Okay.
Demar Hamlin is a depth safety. He plays special teams, and he's your third or fourth guy if somebody gets hurt.
Right.
And that's what he's always been. I mean, he was a later draft pick. The reason he was playing in that Bengals game is because, again this year, the Bills were so decimated by injury.
Yeah, they had to bring him out.
Yeah, they were going out to the ends of the earth to find guys that could play. So Demar Hamlin still makes this roster. And the reason he wasn't dressing this year is because I think the Bills anticipated him not being ready to play. from a physical standpoint and an emotional standpoint. And I think that's why people are so angry about the comeback player of the year. Like Kimmy said earlier, he did something that nobody expected.
True.
Right? Nobody
Just
even
being out there.
Yes, like the Bills went out and they signed 3 reserve safeties in the offseason to have that depth, anticipating Demar not being there. So, yes, I think he makes this roster next year, and he's going to be in the spot that he should be in, playing kickoff, playing kick return, playing field
Backup
goal.
guy.
Yeah, field goal block, and he gets out there on a couple defensive snaps if things go wrong. Like, that was the other thing that kind of, if one thing sucked about this, I get that people get sick of seeing people's faces over and over again, and Demar Hamlin was everywhere. But, like, Demar Hamlin didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Like, Demar Hamlin... Like,
It just happened.
No,
That
but
was
you
the
just
thing.
did it. He didn't have an impact on the game.
I mean, listen, man.
And he's used. Go ahead.
It's a happy ending.
Yeah. And he's
Not
and
if
he's,
you wanted that award, it's not.
and he's putting himself out there in most of these cases to try to make a difference. You know, like this happened to me. He's trying to teach people about like CPR and stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's what he's putting himself out there for. It's
Yes.
not even so
I mean,
much
he's also
like,
going to capitalize on it.
it's not
So,
even
I
so
mean,
much like look at me. It's hey, like, you know, I'm trying to do good here.
Well, look, if there's one person that lucked out over anyone else in this whole situation,
Who's that?
it's the clone that was created that made all this money on the back
He's
end.
living large.
High-stepping clone. Let's take a break. This man, if he just would have stayed put, would not be in any trouble. In fact, we wouldn't even know about this story.
Oh.
But because this man made the decision he made in the moment, not only does everybody get to witness all over the news the unbelievably embarrassing thing he did,
Yeah.
the cops want him in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you the story that went down in Gates next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. this isn't something anyone would want to be on the hook for.
Okay.
So when you hear he took off, Tommy, maybe it's not that surprising.
Yeah.
But now the police are looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
And this seems like one of those situations where if he just would have stayed put,
Yeah.
nothing bad would have happened to him. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to get creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And look, man, I think everybody's been in this moment at some point
What's
where
that?
you hand somebody cash, they hand you change, and they gave you the wrong change.
Oh, they clip you.
They shorted your ass.
Mm-hmm.
It'll make you furious. And there's little you can do because that person's just going to keep saying, no, you're wrong.
Oh.
A man decided to do something about it in our area.
Yeah.
And he is in some serious trouble. But here's the thing,
Took it too
Tommy.
far. Okay.
Well, that's just it. If he was shorted,
Mm-hmm.
which we don't know in the story,
Wait, how much?
that's also what we have to get into.
All right.
And we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The Gates Police Department needs your help.
Of course they do.
What does that mean?
What do you think?
What?
This has got Gates. This is so Gates.
Oh, you're saying the Gates Police Department can't solve crimes?
Oh, no, I'm saying
No,
this,
it's kinda
this
what it's like.
move
Hold
is
on.
so Gates.
Let me text my dad. Hey, Dad, your hair looks great.
Okay, first
And
of all,
Tommy
he'll answer
says-
my text before he's going to answer yours. He likes me.
The Gates Police Department released a video of an incident that happened at a gas station Tuesday night on Buffalo Road. And if you have not seen the video, I beg you to go find it.
Oh.
In the video, you see a man backing up at a gas station.
Slowly, slowly, slowly. Hit the gas.
Yeah.
He backs into a gas pump, knocking it over. Like off the
Mm-hmm. I didn't know
concrete.
you could do
I didn't
this.
either. Like, I thought it would be much more difficult
They're
to pull
pretty
that up.
tipsy. It's almost like a coffee table, man. That thing went over pretty easy.
Maybe it's one of those things they break easy to keep from worse things happening.
Maybe.
But a worse thing did happen.
Okay, so that's just it. So the guy knows he made a mistake when he knocks this
Mm-hmm.
thing over. He gets out of his car. He surveys the damage. You can clearly see this man in his face.
Yeah.
So after checking out what he did, he begins to walk towards the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can assume here that he knows he screwed up.
Yeah.
And he's going to let someone inside the gas station know what happened.
Right.
Which is the right thing to do.
Sure.
That is until the gas pump catches fire.
Which I would freak out, too.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
holy Christ.
I wouldn't know
man.
what to do.
Authorities believe a spark ignited the gas vapors, and now we have ourselves a serious situation.
So the whole place is going to blow.
Well,
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, all right, fair
I mean,
enough.
I don't know how this stuff
Yeah.
works.
Sure.
I just know there's massive tanks underneath this thing full of gas.
I get it. So it is a serious situation.
Yeah.
But apparently not serious enough to stick around and tell somebody.
Well, you got to move the car away.
When the pump catches fire,
Yeah.
this man beats feet.
Well, you need to move the vehicle away from the gas.
Okay, yeah,
That
but
would be
explosion.
my thought.
you
yeah.
don't
How
have
does
to.
Batavia sound?
Yep. The man gets back into his car
Yeah.
when the gas pump catches fire and takes off.
Man, he lead puts it out of there, baby.
Authorities say he was last seen driving south on Coldwater Road. If you recognize this man, the Gates Police Department would like to talk to you. So here is my personal favorite part of this story.
All right.
So like we said, it looks like initially he's ready to come clean after this accident,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Knocks it over, he's going to tell somebody. But the second it becomes a legitimate emergency, like the guy in the gas station needs to know about so he doesn't die,
Yeah.
he leaves.
Yes.
It should have been the opposite. Like, if you just knocked it over, I understand you driving away. But the second it bursts into flames,
Now
Yeah.
you got to do something.
you got to tell the guy in the gas station.
Well, he'll see it eventually, right? Or he'll hear something, right?
I don't know. What if he's got his back turned and the
Well, you're
thing
going to know
blows?
eventually that the pump's on fire. Don't they have like an automatic shutoff or something?
Maybe.
Well, I'm sure there's like a fire suppression
Safety.
system.
Yeah. Jesus, I hope.
Okay, but if they have that, what's your excuse for leaving?
I don't know. It's panic.
It's-
But I get it.
It's got to be a mixture of like panic, embarrassment, fear of what's next.
Right.
Okay.
What is this going to cost me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, if I was a kid, I could see a kid doing it.
Okay, but this guy doesn't look like a kid.
No, I mean, but now with cameras and everything else, I mean, you could watch this thing. You pretty much are cold busted.
And that's the problem here. If
Yeah.
this guy is found, he is in serious trouble.
Yeah.
So what is he in trouble for?
So you would assume
Taken
that
off.
now, yeah, they don't have
I
charges.
mean, it was an accident. He didn't vandalize it.
Right.
but he left the scene of an accident.
Okay.
And you have to wonder if this man would have just stayed put, even after the pump
Move
caught
the
fire.
car.
Yeah.
Would he have even been in any trouble?
Well,
Would we have seen this video?
Well, we wouldn't have.
Yeah.
because he was just trying to jockey the car around, right, to get a better position to fill his car.
That's what it looks like.
Like, if you watch the video, it's clearly an accident, and accidents happen all the time. Like, just in what happened up to the point where he drives away. What law did he break?
I think it was, like you said, he just...
Yeah.
Depth perception.
Well, there's no law against depth perception.
Right. That's it.
So, like, we have a
I don't
situation.
know if you damage something like this.
Does it cost me?
Are you on the hook? Does insurance take care of it?
I don't know what a gas pump costs these days because the new ones have TVs in them.
Yes, they do.
Old man thing to say. You guys seen these gas pumps with the TVs in them?
What ain't your daddy's gas pump?
Can we do a quick sidebar?
I don't need it.
Look, Cameron, I got kids. I got a wife. My life is chaos. One of the few times I get peace and quiet is standing next to my car pumping my gas.
Not anymore.
So when that TV comes on, and it's always the loudest, most
Yeah, it
surprising.
is.
Today breaking news! Like, come on, damn it! I don't, and it's always news I don't care about.
Or they're trying to sell me soda.
A walrus in Australia looks like Andy Reid, the Super Bowl winning coach. I don't care.
If he would have stood there long enough, he could have seen his own accident.
But, like, here's the thing. Look, when it comes to this accident, yes, I understand that you're embarrassed. Yes, I understand that you're scared. Maybe your insurance company wouldn't have been happy having to cover this. But now, because you left, your face is all over the news. And everyone and their mother gets to watch this video and your reaction, which is hilarious. And if the police determine who you are effed.
And I do feel bad for the guy.
Oh, my God.
Pretty unique car, too.
What was it? I don't remember.
It was like, wasn't it kind of like an orangish yellow car? Or maybe it was just a video that made it
maybe
seem
the
like
flames licking the car, give it an orange hue to it.
Yeah, it looked like a unique color. So it's not even like you can hide behind. It's just your average, gray vehicle.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A man Tuesday night on Buffalo Road in Gaines accidentally backs into a gas pump at a gas station. He knocks it over. Gets out of his car. It looks like he's walking into the gas station to tell somebody. That is until the gas pump catches fire. Right. He's almost into the gas station. When he looks back, realizes what happened, jumps in his car, and takes off. Doesn't tell anybody that the gas pump is on fire. The Gates Police Department now wants to talk to him. It sounds like he's in serious trouble. And it's one of these cases where coming clean in the moment would have made everything 100% okay.
But I guess that's such a frightening situation to come across. To think like this whole place is going to blow up and I did it by accident.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing?
What?
You know what you're doing?
What am I doing?
You're doing coward excuse because you want to believe you're a good person and you're trying to find a way where you could have left and not gotten in trouble.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. To your point, Hillary writes, do you think he was scared of getting hurt and wanted to go away from there because he thought it would blow up?
And go home.
Okay. That's just it. Like, if that is the case, right? You're right. I guess I would understand.
Hey, did he go someplace else and get gas?
Because
he needed gas.
Yeah, you ain't getting too far away.
Right. You
without the
obviously
gas.
were on low.
But let's say, Tommy, your theory and Hillary's theory is correct.
He panicked.
He was just scared and he wanted to get out of there. If you call 911 as you're driving away explaining what happened, you're off the hook.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he didn't do any of that.
Yeah. If he didn't make the call, which seems like a safe bet, seeing as how they don't know who he is, there is no argument to be made about scared and safety.
All right.
And you know this guy, like, he's got to have a job. He's got to have buddies.
He's got to have a family, man.
Even if they don't blow him in, you are never living this moment down.
Especially on the west side, because you guys are merciless on, like, picking on each other and busting balls.
Well, we don't know if he lives on the west side.
That's a west side guy all the way, baby.
Calling
ass.
Well, based on our
that's West Side.
Based on our conversations in the break room,
Flaming West Side.
Everyone I know that has backed into stuff and taken off lives on the east side. Hatchbacks, retaining walls at Wegmans,
people
bicyclists.
on bikes.
Yes, exactly. Like, bro, this is you. You are this man. He's all in you. Kimmy, do you think you'd stay put if you did this?
I think I am somebody that I think freezes in like emergency situations. So I feel like I wouldn't even know what to do, which would make me stay.
Okay. I'm not even running towards my car at that point. If that flame is in, I figure my car's blowing up.
Well, that's what I would think too.
I may just start running down the street just to get away from it.
If I go into the gas station, am I safe? They're usually
I don't
glass
know.
windows, though, right? That's probably
I mean, if it blows up.
I don't know, but now it's on me. Like, not to sound like hero guy, but like it's on me to alert the guy in the gas station that this is happening.
Well, you could do that. Like, hey, man, like stick your head in the door, by you.
Run! No, but like even to your point, I don't know if this thing doesn't blow up. I don't know if I have 5 seconds until it blows up. Like
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't know if those tanks underneath there, if the whole thing goes up like a Roman candle.
we got more Facebook messages coming in with the same theory. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's talk to Tim first. Hey, Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I was just thinking to myself, maybe he was intoxicated.
Okay, so Tim just brought up what everyone's writing us on Facebook right now, suggesting that he's drunk and that's why he left.
All
Now,
right.
Tim, interesting theory.
All right.
But here's the thing.
Like,
The fact that he was walking towards the gas station first tells you that may not be the case. If he's scared, Tim, of getting caught drinking and driving, the last thing you're going to do is have a face-to-face conversation with the gas station attendant after you just knock the pump over.
All right.
touche.
Tim, it's all right. I've been smart for a long time. You had no chance. Thanks. Timmy, if this is you, you're sober and it's an accident, are you staying put or are you taking off?
Depends on how sober I am.
Okay, you're stone sober. No alcohol in your system at all.
If I knew I just, effed up and just made a mistake, then I would probably stick around and just, let them know, hey, my bad.
Even with the fun. My bad. Hey, man, pull up my bed.
Everything's on fire.
Timmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, the drunk driving theory would make sense if he didn't start to walk into the gas station.
Yeah. And what time? I think it happened at like 7:30 or something. It said at night.
I don't know. It's hard to tell where the sun was based on the pump catching on fire. It's like there's Nero playing a fiddle in the background. You can't tell if the sun's out or everything's down.
So it's not like it was like the middle of the night. So I'm surprised there weren't more people around.
Are we sure it was in the middle of the night?
I thought I saw the story. It's at 7:30.
Well, it's Buffalo and Coldwater too. It's not like the busiest place. It's like
7:30 p.m. Tuesday.
Okay, it's like the tucked away parts of Gates. It's like it's only the part of Gates you go to if you live in Gates.
Yeah, like your car doesn't normally go that way.
It's not a dangerous part. It's just a part where
it's West Side. Sketchy.
Bro, you think that Buffalo and Coldwater is a dangerous part?
Coldwater sounds evil.
I always did find it weird growing up in Gates.
Like Dead Body Boulevard.
Not that it doesn't sound evil. It's just like it doesn't sound welcoming.
No, it sounds bleak.
Where you live, Coldwater. We can't even afford hot water over here. No, I think that's where
I live on Bleak Street.
You're right. Like they did a much better job when they started building more stuff on the east side.
Yeah, like Cinnamon Way.
Yeah, exactly. Like not Coldwater.
Rabbit Run.
I got a disease from drinking this glass of water, Boulevard. 252 WCMF. Let's take one more call before we move on. Talking about this accident in Gates. Guy backs into a gas pump and catches fire. He takes off. Police want to find him. Todd, you got the last word on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Good morning, all. I have a gas pump story.
What'd you do?
Back when I was a kid, you used to be able to pump the gas and then go in and pay for it.
Right.
So at a certain point, they started making you go in and pay before you pumped. So it was right around that transition. Buddy and I we were going to buy some weed, actually. And I pulled up to the pump, put the gas hose nozzle in the car, and then realized you had to go in and pay. Left the nozzle in, went in to go pay. Somebody pulled up behind me to use the pump. My buddy pulled the car ahead, and at that time, she turned the pump on.
Oh, no.
And ripped the hose out of the pump and gas everywhere.
Oh, my God.
So it's just spewing out?
Oh, yeah. I'm freaking out. I'm like, boy, she's freaking out. Didn't know how to turn it off. The gas is going everywhere.
Wait, the chick inside didn't know how to shut off the gas pump?
No,
they just showed her how to use a Slurpee machine. There's a lot of information you got to know.
I figured there's like a big red button you hit.
The hose is out there like a freaking snake going everywhere. My buddy's like looking at it going, oh, geez, what do I do? And so I ran out there, ripped the hose out of the car and took off.
Wait, you took off?
What's he going to do? He didn't do it.
He did do it.
No, his buddy did it.
He cut him on. His buddy's there. Did you ever get in trouble?
Well, I got a knock at the door the next day at my apartment, and it was a sheriff.
How'd they find you?
I'm guessing the girl. I don't know.
Oh, maybe she had your license plate.
Because there was no cameras back then.
We put the handsomest man in Rochester did this. Go find him in his apartment. Todd, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Oh, he takes
You
off.
can
Man,
never
I
go
thought I
back
would've
to
gotten
that
away.
gas station again, which is the worst part about this.
Yeah,
if
'cause
that's
you
your
have-
gas station.
You have your guy. But I love you too, Tommy. Like, I thought he would have gotten away.
Well, no cameras back then.
He drove away, so how did he get caught?
Well, how would you know, right?
License plate.
But you had to be
Type of
really
car.
good.
Yeah.
Like
By the
to
way-
catch a plate. Like I can't catch a plate.
Yeah, you can't catch nothing.
Yeah, break nothing.
Oh my God, my butt. Let's take a break. You know what you can catch?
Yeah, boy.
Creep.
Oh, yeah.
We got all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The creep kept coming at you. And look, this is one of the most frustrating moments of your life. I think everyone's gone through it at some point. You hand cash, they hand you back change, but it ain't the change you deserve, buddy.
Oh, boy.
That's right. You shorted me. This man is in trouble for allegedly taking it too far. But depending on how much he was shorted, is it too far?
Well,
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You work hard for your money.
Right, damn straight, buddy.
So the last thing you want to tolerate is a mistake that separates you from that stuff you work so hard to get.
So what happened?
Well, that's what had to be going through the mind of this man who says he was the one getting shafted in this story, even though that same man was the one that ended up in handcuffs.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, what's going on?
Well, we've been building up a whole container of creep.
Nice.
It's overflowing.
Ooh.
The carpets have stained, so we have to do something with it.
Okay.
Can we port it into our machine over there? It's got a terrible virus.
Oh, the creepinator?
Yep. We think it's chlamydia. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cabinet. It happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. All right. So next time I go into Wegmans, I'll check for the beaver tank. You know what I'm going to find in there?
What's that?
Yo mama. On sale.
Why is she on sale? It's quality.
Are you defending your mother's meat?
Please.
Sale.
I'm just saying, like, the first joke's mean enough. You don't have to discount her, too.
She's on Shoppers Club. So I would call up and you would start talking to this chick.
Yeah.
Hey, you know.
String you along.
Well, no, I would be done in about 4 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Hot fest.
Well, but then
Your mom could be the
But that's
grandma.
Goes in fun parades. Stupid. Your joke doesn't work. I just told you that. So, joke's on you.
Hot dogs on her.
That's like a psycho gaze.
Yeah.
What's up,
You're
What's
like,
up?
you look like you're
Horny boys gazing.
Horny
Boy
boys
gazing.
No,
She's
we-
one hot
we
mama.
right.
Let's turn this bedroom into a sauna.
Shut up.
Trying to fit into them jeans like he was 17. She's giving you a good beard jerking.
Bro, that's happened 5 times
People
minimum.
touching your beard.
And it's women. It's
no, it's
always
like
women.
jerking it.
It's so uncomfortable.
Well, that might feel kind of. If that was a sexy woman, that might feel good.
He's not going to be able to get out of that
It's
position.
hard to be a girl, especially a horny one.
Because I'm asking for a rock solid. She won't.
Oh,
And
the
you-
rock solids under that blouse, baby.
Why? What?
Sifting her.
Rough
Yeah,
milkshake.
don't be a sucker when you suck it on your milkshake, sucker. Daddy, slurping it. I'm hungry.
Oh.
Slurpy, slurpy, slurpy.
You're telling me there's like a long haul trucker that's driving an automatic truck.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier now.
What are you doing with your other hand?
What do you think?
Well, no, they were doing that.
Anything you want, son.
They were
Twice on Sunday. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. So last Friday night, authorities were called to a McDonald's around 8:30 p.m.
Oh, McDonald's.
McDonald's around 8:30 p.m.
Be kidding me.
What?
Like you got a shot at defending yourself at a McDonald's.
A 36-year-old man was upset and believed he had been shortchanged after he made his food purchase. So first of all,
Yeah.
let's think about how frustrating that would be. You're coming in for some Mickey D's.
Right.
That smell hits you walking through the door.
Right.
You have your food in hand.
So you got your food.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, you're out some cash. Like,
Okay.
that is a massive swing of emotion.
Yeah.
But I think at the most, I want to just do some math in my head real quick.
Okay, can we
Yeah.
do the math in a second?
All right,
Because
go
I
ahead,
want to
go
give you
ahead.
the story.
Go ahead.
So the 36-year-old man was upset, which led to an argument with the manager, who then told the man several times, and I'm quoting, to leave the restaurant.
Because he was getting a little bit irate.
You got it. But the man, he did not.
He's holding his Mickey D ground.
Things escalated.
Of course it did.
Authorities say the man pushed the manager and then entered the area behind the counter.
He went behind the counter
He did.
to do what?
Oh, I'll tell you what. They then say he took some money from inside the cash register and walked out of the store.
What a loon, man.
So he was gone when the cops got there, but they were able to locate him in his residence. He was charged with third-degree robbery along with a bunch of other charges. He has a court date upcoming. Okay. First off, Tommy, I'm going to ask you this question, then we'll get to the math.
All right.
Based on the allegations, the way they're written in this story, do you believe he was actually shortchanged?
I mean, he could have been.
I'm not asking could he. I'm asking do you believe him based on his reaction?
Probably not.
He got that hot?
I'm guessing he wasn't shortchanged.
A man
I'm guessing
got,
because the way it's so automated, it's very hard to shortchange somebody with these systems.
well, no. I mean, it could all depend on making a mistake, looking at
All
what
right,
count
because
in
they
that bill.
literally
Yeah.
hit the pictures of what you ordered, and then it gives you an amount. Like it isn't like you could
Right.
like fudge.
No, hear
Well,
me
but
out.
if they thought that he gave them a different bill, right?
Okay.
Like, let's say he handed them 100 and they put in,
you
you know, a
think
20.
this dude got 100? He's laying
It's
down.
not out of the question.
I don't know.
See the hand up?
Yeah, hands up. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's the old man wave.
This broke ass ain't got no 100.
Listen, if the allegations are true,
right.
there is a ton of anger here.
Okay.
Right? And there's nothing about him in the story trying to like cover his face. He doesn't leave the store when he has
He
several
believes he's right.
Yes, so like
Okay.
it seems this guy genuinely is upset, and this wasn't just a reason to go and take money out of the register. Because if he was going to rob the McDonald's, he could have walked in with a mask, grabbed money out of the register, and left.
Sure. Okay.
So then you want to talk math.
Yeah.
Kimmy, I'm going to ask you this question first, only because I know he's chomping at the bit, and I don't want to bother him because he already old man waved us. So the phone
He's already got it in his head.
252 WCMF. Kimmy, how much would you have to be shortchanged to make this much of an issue of it?
I mean, it would have to be a pretty significant amount for me to like actually throw a fit at the place.
Okay, so let's say you, the guy had a bill of $15,
Okay.
and was shorted 20 somehow. Would $20 be enough for you to raise an issue?
I think I would definitely say something, but if they told me no, you're wrong, I'd probably let it go.
Okay.
I'm not calling the cops over it.
Tommy, how much would you have to be out where you would say something? Where's the minimum number?
I mean, it would have to be like I'm gonna get pissed off.
Yeah.
It would have to be like $100
Hey!
over.
Hey!
Yeah.
Because I think if they were so, if they denied it that much, I would have to be so sure that I gave them that bill. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have to have almost proof ready to go.
So you don't believe it could have been a big bill,
No.
Tommy? Why?
Because if it's a big bill, normally they check it. Because if you hand them $100,
They would remember if you.
they hold it up to make sure it isn't a fake.
Sure.
So that would have to have happened.
So did that happen the last time you went and bought food at McDonald's?
Me?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, no. You seem to be an expert. Like, you know,
I've
you're
been to
doing
McDonald's.
No. You're doing
I
this.
was a fat boy.
You're doing this, expert, investigative, walk down.
Right.
When is the last time you walked into a fast food restaurant and purchased something with cash?
Cash? Long time ago.
When's the last time you walked into a fast food restaurant, end of sentence?
Vacation. We were on the road.
Panera does not count as a fast food restaurant, you salad-eating bitch.
No, I remember I almost got
You
the
know-
dog killed at the Bojangles.
Yeah, but you didn't buy anything, did you?
We got to have a chicken sandwich. We split. No mayo.
Yeah, you don't want your thighs to get fat.
No, you don't. You don't want to get southern thighs, boy.
Talk about mayo southern thighs. Southern mayo thighs, which you can also buy next to the pig's feet.
No, but I'm saying, like, there's no way he dropped a bill, a $100 bill.
Why?
On a $15 McDonald order, and he also loses his crap over it.
Why is it? No, that would make perfect sense. If he hands $100, don't old man wave again. You're almost out of old man waves for the day.
This is a crazy person
Okay.
who was just looking to blow off some steam on some poor kid working behind
that's
the counter.
the worst part. It's got to be like.
Okay, but
It's a kid just busting his ass, man.
the kid could have made a mistake. It's not out of the question. There was a mistake.
But
I know as a kid, think about those jobs you had as a kid. Especially like when we were working at the ice cream shop, I remember every time somebody handed me like a big bill.
I don't know. Like, if there's 1,000 things going on and I'm grabbing and I'm moving and I'm cooking in
'Cause you
ice
have-
cream,
well-
frying and a burger.
Well, because you always had to treat it differently,
Frying
right? Like you
and
put it
lying,
under the
frying
red.
and frying.
There were just different ways.
Yeah, I'm not buying into this dude, man.
Okay,
This is either a hothead.
Okay. No, you know what this is? You know what this is? What you're doing right now is classism. And the phone number is 252 WCMF.
I'm sticking up for the kid.
No. It's what
Not
you're
his
doing on the other
busted
side.
ass.
Again, we're talking about this 36-year-old man walked into a McDonald's last Friday night, purchased his food, believed he was shortchanged. And the kid behind the counter would not give him what he believed was his correct change.
Yeah.
Manager came out. There was an argument. He was told to leave multiple times. The man then, according to authorities, pushed the manager, entered the area behind the counter, took some money from inside the cash register, and left the store. The reason why you don't believe
This McJerk.
he used a $100 bill is because it's a McDonald's.
Right. He ain't got no $100.
People that go to McDonald's can have $100 bills.
They can, but they don't go to McDonald's.
If this what people
No.
with money go to McDonald's, they sold 1 billion cheeseburgers. You think it was all the guys that live on $30 a week?
I think it's credit card. It's just debit cards and plastic. I don't think Diamond Bill over here with his roll of hundreds is rolling large. He didn't even go through the drive-through, man. His busted ass had to get out and walk in and get it.
going in, it's always quicker, but go on, Kimmy.
This actually reminds me of a
That
story.
makes you busted.
Working as a kid part-time, there was this older gentleman. He had to be like in his 70s, possibly 80s. He was accusing one of the kids that was running the cash register of shortchanging him. He said he gave him a $100 bill,
Okay.
and you didn't give me my correct change back. And the kid was like, no, like I don't even have a $100 bill in the register. Like you gave me a 20. The guy left after throwing a fit. They took his information because they're like, we'll let you know if like the register's off, whatever. Took his information. He came back with a bank statement.
Oh, no kidding.
Saying he just took out $100.
Well, I don't know how that would prove his point.
It didn't do anything for him except for make him more mad.
Right.
You know
and
what I
make
mean?
him look like a bigger idiot.
Yeah, you're arguing with a 16-year-old kid who's telling you, I don't have $100.
But when it comes to this
Probably
story,
It's
dropped
the
it.
principle of the thing.
when it
You'd
comes
have to be sure that you didn't drop it somewhere, too,
Right.
you know?
Look, I'm with you 100%. There's nothing that says this man handed him a $100 bill. But when it comes to the idea, Tommy, that it's impossible at a McDonald's for this to happen, it all lines up as to why this man would have a $100 bill logically. It happened on a Friday.
Okay.
If he works at a business that pays him cash, let's say he made $400 that week, he could have three $100 bills and five 20s.
He could.
That's the way we were paid.
But that was back in the day,
Bro,
man.
there are still businesses that pay you under the T in cash on a weekly basis.
Okay.
And that would actually make perfect sense because if I'm working under the T and we want to go with your theory that only poor people eat McDonald's.
Not poor people eat McDonald's.
Well, you're talking awfully fast there, buddy. What happened? What happened? Yeah. Busted ass McDonald's eating. No,
Busted ass
hey,
walking in on a
100
Friday night, no date,
It has been.
no options. Man, you ain't getting laid Friday night McDonald's run. You don't have you got $100, go downtown and get wet.
Okay. What?
I said it. Go get laid with that $100.
Bro,
but you ain't got $100, do you, Mickey D boy?
Not anymore because he got shortchanged. By the way, there are several women we dated back in the day where if I showed up with McDonald's, that increases my chance of getting laid.
I remember those days. And I remember those girls.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, we got folks waiting on hold.
All right.
Let's talk to Renee. Hey, Renee, what's going on?
So I work for McDonald's. And
Like
if you
currently,
pay
you
with-
currently work for McDonald's.
I've been working for McDonald's
Okay.
for years.
Okay.
I'm still there. If you pay with a $100 bill, you have to call a manager. You can't ring it in.
Okay. Look, no, Renee, I'm not suggesting that McDonald's screwed up here. I'm not suggesting whoever was working
They
was
don't screw
screwed up. What I am suggesting is it's not out of the question that this man legitimately believed there was a mistake.
It happens all the time.
Renee?
No matter which McDonald's you work at, you have customers that come in and they complain, and the managers have to count the drawer
Okay.
either at that point or they get their information and say, hey, I'll call you back.
Sure, like Kimmy described. Okay, but Renee, like here's the problem, and everybody can attest to this because you sit here, you and Kimmy want to sit here and be like, oh, they wouldn't make a mistake ever. Everybody screws up at their job every single day.
They do. They
and
have
everybody,
Nobody's perfect.
Exactly.
Nobody's
Right.
perfect.
and like here's the thing: if the kid or person or old man or woman or middle-aged person working behind the counter made a mistake, it happens, right? Like it's no big deal. And I also understand why you would be embarrassed or not realize you made the mistake. Like it's not out of the question that it's happened. But Tommy here, busted ass Friday night, $100 McDonald's run.
Can't get laid.
Renee,
Yeah.
thank you for the call. Have a good rest. Oh, by the way, real quick, because Tommy brought up not getting laid. If I were to bring you your favorite fast food, hypothetically, we're both single people, would that increase my chance of getting laid?
I don't know.
That's a yes.
Well, she deals with fast food
Yeah,
all the
she-
time.
yeah.
No, I said her favorite fast
okay.
food.
All
All
right.
right, Renee, is there a meal I could bring you under $20 if we were both hypothetically single that you would be like, oh, I want that now. He's getting some.
I don't know, because
You're
Don't
like
give it up.
you're a minimum $30 girl is what you're telling me?
I mean, I eat at Wendy's. Wendy's is cheap. I get the $5 meal at Wendy's.
Wendy's is the Ritz of fast food.
Oh, it
you
is.
have to admit
Delicious.
that. Thanks, Renee. Have a good rest of the day. Like when the burgers are square, you know it's class. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Talking about this 36-year-old man was arrested after police say he went into a McDonald's last Friday night, ordered food, paid in cash, believed that he was shortchanged. Demanded to speak to a manager. The manager, after arguing with him, told him to leave several times. He did not. In fact, police say he pushed the manager, went behind the counter,
How
went
embarrassing,
went
man.
into the register, took money, and left. He was eventually arrested after located at his home. I mean, this happens to this has happened to you in the past.
But it's embarrassing to have a fight
Yeah.
at a fast food
At
over
some
a
point, you
couple of
gotta-
dollars. You look foolish.
At some point, you got to realize this isn't. I'm not going to get what I want here.
And you look dumb.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Not everybody has a wife who lets them live in her house in the most affluent suburb in Rochester. Some people need the money that they earn.
This is
I-
I need these $3.
Yes, some people need $3.
By the way, If you're so damn broke, why are you blowing it on fast food?
Because that's the
you
cheapest
literally
food
no, it
you
ain't
can
anymore.
buy. Oh,
Fast
my
food
God.
ain't anymore. Go to the grocery store, make yourself a sandwich.
Yeah, no, because grocery prices, those are super damn low. And why don't you buy a bag of apples and some bottled water and sell it at the park? You idiot.
According to Wegmans, prices are stabilizing, and they have quality meals for under $2 of serving.
Do you hear
Look,
what
he's
just
standing
fell
up.
out of your
He's
mouth?
standing up and
I
pointing
am
at you.
furious because he
No
and
refunds.
I both made fun of a guy for years. Who said, "Oh, you poor? Go buy apples, eat them, and sell them at the park for a profit." And you just said that, you 1% ass bitch. What poor people eat fast food? I don't know. It's the cheapest effing option.
Speaking of the food,
Yes.
do you think he got his food?
I think it sounded like he had his food.
I don't know,
And
though, but
like-
you're arguing the change, which I
Oh.
would think the argument would happen right away.
How do they do? They give you pay.
Normally
then,
you pay,
you pay,
and then
and
the
you
food
wait for your
comes.
food.
So
right.
it's possible during the argument the food was put on the counter. He wouldn't have
He
left
could
without
see it. He could see it there too, because it didn't say he run over and
Yeah.
snatched the bag. And he went into the register. He just went into the register.
Well, but he got the money, so maybe you don't feel you need the food. If he left the food
All right.
behind, would that make you believe that he was shortchanged?
No Friday night fat ass is eating fast food on a counter.
What makes you think he's fat?
Bro, he chubbly
Why?
because he's eating McDonald's on a Friday night.
That could be. I mean, that could be his one time a month
Yeah.
he gets McDonald's.
Friday
Like, you're
night.
giving this
Friday-
guy a cheat
It's a Friday
day.
night
He's
it's a
doing
Friday night
okay. He's level-headed.
Kimmy, you eat fast food every once in a while.
Yeah, and usually on the weekends is the time you do
Is
it.
Kimmy chubbly?
You better. Well,
Well, no, I'm sorry.
hold
What?
on. Let me go.
What? I'm
Let me think of future Kimmy. You better lay off.
Was that? What was
You're gonna
that?
get McThighs.
Okay.
We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. Jimmy's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Straight about Jimmy.
I cannot believe you guys. Listen, I watch Jimmy Penny. Jimmy's a cheapskate, but I'll tell you something. I own a house. Let me tell you right now, okay? I've given money and gotten the wrong change back. It was about 3 months ago. I had to look at a lady at McDonald's and say, "You gave me $20 too much," and she didn't believe me. I'm holding the money right there. They come out and they count it and they said, "Yeah, you gave him too much."
Jimmy gives back.
Jimmy's so great.
No, I'm not a thief. I'm maybe a cheapskate. I'm not a thief.
Jimmy doesn't steal.
No, he doesn't.
Do your job. Sell your
You
apples.
guys-
We need more Jimmys.
Listen, you darn right you do. I understand how these people feel. They can't even get good help at McDonald's. One kid's talking. He had to repeat it 3 times because his
Okay,
voice
Jimmy,
was-
Well,
hold
Jimmy,
on.
I guess you had to repeat it 3 times for a reason, Jimmy.
Thanks a lot.
But Jimmy, hold on. Pause. Jimmy, stop.
Wegmans does a real good job training the people, and even Wegmans.
Jimmy.
If you look at your receipt, I'm telling you, they've made mistakes. I don't understand why it's so hard to believe a mistake could have been made.
Jimmy, it's a fast food restaurant, right? Like, I mean,
When I
you're
work in
upset
long
with the
hours, I
help
don't
at the
have time to
fast.
go-
This has been an
He's upset
argument
with the
since the
service.
1950s. So things are changing
No,
now.
no, I don't care what kind of restaurant it is. When you're working long hours, we went through drive-through once, got the wrong food. We went in, and they still made a mistake on the order after telling them. You got this idea nobody makes mistake. I
Well, they're
cannot
doing
believe
it
you guys-
fast.
Well, he was trying to
They're
order
doing
a
it
Whopper.
quickly. Hence the name
No,
fast
he was
food.
ordering a
We
Whopper.
were at a Burger King over in Victor, and they had to take out a book. They said, "Okay, we'll make good on it," and they're going through all the pages to find our name for what they made a mistake
Jimmy,
on.
how
We
many
didn't have time.
fast food
We had
incidents
no
have you
time to
had?
go back. You work 10, 15-hour days. You don't have time to go back. You're in a hurry to get your work done. I cannot believe you guys don't believe a mistake could have been made.
I believe. All right, Jimmy, I'm going to let you go. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
Jimmy
what the
doesn't
hell
steal.
was...
Jimmy don't steal.
I don't even know what side he was on.
I know, because I kind of thought he was with me. Then I thought he was with you. Then I thought he was kind of like.
But then he was
hating-
just complaining about the service in
Then he
general.
hates service in general because they get the order wrong.
All right, well, let's say we take your advice, Tommy, and you're going to make something at home.
Okay, yeah.
There's going to be lots of stuff homemade for Super Bowl parties on Sunday.
Sure.
And there's a story that's going to outrage, and has already outraged a bunch of people, because for some reason there are, Kimmy, thousands of people across Western New York who believe this was invented by a member of their family.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Family recipe?
Everybody thinks like this is this came from somewhere and they have a connection to it.
And here's the thing. This story says they've pinpointed where it was invented and when.
Oh, like ground zero for
yeah.
this thing.
But Kimmy, this information's wrong, because we've had this before this point.
Did we? I have no idea.
We'll
I
get
don't
into
know
it.
the history.
We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are people in Western New York that are furious this week.
Why?
About a story involving the invention of a specific food. And that food will be a staple at Super Bowl parties across our region.
Oh, yeah.
Because you may be convinced your family or someone you know was the one to kick this off. And even though this news story has to be wrong, Kimmy, about who invented it and when they say
When
it
is the
made
news
its
wrong?
first appearance, it doesn't mean that your gam or your aunt or your ma came up with this idea.
All right. What is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Ron. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. You know, we just talked about getting shorted at stores with cash. Well, turns out they're even trying to rip you off with your credit card.
Really?
Well, trying to charge you more than they should. And the state of New York has stepped in and said, no more!
Good.
And we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. You don't go to a lot of get-togethers, especially football-related, in our region without buffalo chicken wing dip.
Yes.
It's a party staple. And someone you know in your family or group of friends knows how to make it really, really well. An article on News 8 this week talks about how chicken wing dip is actually the favorite food of folks across the state of New York on game day.
Not even the chicken wing, the extra chicken wing dip.
The dip. And look at upstate New York making its mark across
Okay.
the whole region, right? But this is where things start to go south.
What happened?
According to the story on News 8, chicken wing dip was invented somewhere between 2006 and 2011. And the article says the recipe was invented by the Frank's Red Hot Sauce Company.
Oh, okay.
There is no way that's true.
No, because I've had it before then.
I was eating it in the 90s.
Yeah.
I was in it before. I'm like hipster chicken wing dip guy.
So,
And if you've ever seen the Frank's Red Hot recipe, it's very basic. You know what I mean? Like, it's all the standards. You know what I mean? There's no, like, special flair to it by any means.
I have a question.
Sure, yeah.
Because I can't remember if I've ever had chicken wing dip or not, but does it have chicken in it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like pulled pork.
How
almost,
would
right?
you have chicken wing dip without chicken?
Well, you can just
in
have
the dip?
flavoring. It just
Flavor
has
of chicken.
To
like
his
the
point,
chicken, like the wing sauce.
Chicken flavor.
I've seen like packaged chicken wing dip where it's like it tastes like it, but it has no chicken in it. But I wouldn't consider that like your
You're
standard
such a dip snob.
Bro,
Let me tell you.
It's
How
like-
you ask a question.
it's like having guacamole without avocados, you idiot. How?
I don't know. I
time you
can't remember.
had it?
I probably have had it. I don't remember.
Hey, you want this glass of milk that has no... Well, I guess that does exist with almond milk and lactate. But the point stands.
All right. So you're saying that it was invented
had to be.
organically in somebody's house.
Well, look,
Or
because
just
somebody
way
had to come
before.
up with the concept.
whatever the story is, it's not the story that's in this
So it ain't
article.
Frank's.
It is
Ah,
not
sorry.
Frank's, and it was not invented between 2006 and 2011 because everybody listening...
Because that's a pretty wide span of time to say something was invented, to your point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there you go.
All right.
But something even funnier than that
What's that?
showed up in the comments on this article. People claiming that their families, their mom or their aunt or their grandma, were the ones that invented
That's stupid.
chicken wing
Like,
dip.
so like it was either a family recipe or somebody will point to this place, like some local spot that they think did it first. Like everybody has their own opinion on where it originated.
But do you think your busted ass grandmother came up with this concept, this crap, with her haggy hands?
Well, look, here's the thing, Kimmy. Going back to what did her hands do, man?
Have you ever seen your grandmother's hands? They haggy.
There are arguments with other foods where they were invented when it comes to restaurants. For example, both Duff's and Anchor Bar try to make claims that they were the ones that first invented chicken wings. In fact,
Yeah.
there's another restaurant
Who's
owned
jumping
by,
on now?
owned by a guy in Buffalo. No, this one might be the actual one.
He's saying
he invented the chicken wing before Anchor Bar and Duff's did, and that he never got the credit for
Right.
it. You can go Google it. It's actually a
Right.
really interesting story. However,
Yeah.
past the chicken wing dip, past chicken wings, period. Tommy, did your family ever claim to invent a food? Because it feels like that's a common Western New York thing.
I know it's a big Italian thing.
Okay.
To say like like their twist on it. They like my parents always like had a dish where they would say, well, I do it like this. Nobody else does it like that.
Okay.
But it was such crap.
What do you mean? What, it was crap like the food, or it was crap like the...
He was just lying his ass off to make himself like he would go, I make it a la mule. I do a special thing. What, wine and garlic? Wow, that's a concept Italians never thought of.
Kimmy, there are some items, especially around the holidays. You're not Kimmy.
I was gonna say desserts, especially baked goods.
Yeah, and your family's known for making it, and they will claim they whipped this thing up from scratch and they pulled all the
But
ideas
look at the
out of
people
their
that
head.
are telling you that. They ain't got an inventive bone in their dumbass body.
Okay, Wow.
Look at them,
What are
man.
you talking
They can't
about?
even find their car keys, but you came up with some phenomenal dessert by accident.
Flaming Hot Cheetos was invented by a janitor
Yeah.
who worked at the Frito-Lay
That's a
company, if
true
I'm not
story.
mistaken. It's a movie right now.
Yeah.
Well, look at that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm an idiot.
Okay, but Cheetos
I
are
am
already.
a barfly. You were saying, I'm sorry?
All right, so you guys are flaming hot Cheeto guys.
No, but to your point, Cheetos had already been invented.
Right.
He just came up with a twist on
All
it,
right.
and he became an executive at the company.
But they figured that out. Like, they found the guy, right? They know what happened. This vague crap that everybody claims is kind of ridiculous. It's like everybody was at Woodstock in '69.
But it is possible that your family both did not invent, yet is not lying.
How's that?
We're talking about this article on News 8 this week. It talks about the invention of chicken wing dip, and they claim that it was invented between 2006 and 2011, and it was invented by the Frank's Red Hot Sauce Company. But that can't be true because we've all had chicken wing dip in Western New York before 2006.
All right.
It's possible, Tommy, that a lot of people in the same region had the same idea at the same time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's like minds.
Yeah, because
coming
together. Chicken
Oh,
wings.
but that's almost like it's obvious that these two things would work together.
Okay, but again, it seems obvious now that deep frying a chicken wing is a great idea, and 2, maybe 3 places at the same time came up with this idea around the same time. Like, to that point, chicken wings have been a standard in Western New York for 50, 60 years now.
Many years.
So it's not out of the question that if we all have a taste for it and we wanted an easier way to consume it that was fun, that
It just happened naturally.
yeah,
Okay.
thousands of people would come up with the same idea at the same time. So in that way, they kind of did invent chicken wing dip with 900 other people at the same time. I mean, it's not crazy.
I guess if you want to, yeah. That's not an invention. It's coming to a conclusion. Like, this would work.
That's coming to a conclusion is every invention, you idiot.
But that ain't inventing. That's
No.
concluding.
Well, no, but that's it's creating something new.
Hey,
It's
dumbass.
a new
Like
idea.
Henry Ford didn't conclude. Like, he had a vision,
No,
man. Like, he
he-
saw in his mind this factory that could produce these cars.
All right, hear me out, stupid.
You don't think he was inspired by something else at some point?
I think he had a vision that nobody else had.
Okay.
How to mass produce an automobile.
The phone number is 252
Nobody had
WCMF 252-9263. Every invention is a conclusion, and we'll use your example.
Right.
Right? He needed.
Einstein concluded.
Yeah, he concluded that these.
I need a haircut.
Never got it.
No, Jesus. He's a guy letting himself go.
Let's talk about Henry Ford.
All right.
He needed a way to mass produce vehicles as cheaply and effectively as
He
he
would need
could.
to make some money.
So he came to the conclusion that putting individual people on specific jobs made them go faster. He invented the idea of the line of work. So you know I'm right because you're just making noises. Every
What if your
invention,
mother was bent over by Henry Ford?
invention is coming to a conclusion to a problem. Dumbass. The Wright brothers.
They didn't conclude, they flew.
What?
Hi, folks, from the flight deck, we about to conclude this flight.
You do say that, you
I know
idiot.
I'm doing it now. It's just my brother sitting next to me, apparently eating peanuts.
Also, the flight was like 12 seconds. How
Getting
fast
shells
was that
all over the
announcement?
seat.
Why are they selling shelled peanuts on the plane?
It was a concept. They concluded that somebody would get hungry on a flight.
How are you
They
so-
invented the in-flight meal.
You didn't have to say what you said.
And he had a nut allergy.
You went out of your way to say the stupidest possible thing that was 1,000% wrong. I will say this. Because there are those family members that will try to claim they invented something that was already invented. How long do these family stories last before somebody actually looks into them?
I guess it's got to be the wise-ass kid who starts to question it, right?
Yeah, it's when somebody else shows up with the same dish and you're like, how did you get my mom's recipe?
Well,
And
no,
now
but-
with the internet, somebody can just start
What an
to
old man thing to say!
Google,
Now
like,
with the internet-
where did this came from?
He came to the conclusion via Google, now with the internet.
I can Google your lying ass.
Worst Eagles song ever.
You can't Google your lying ass.
So this happened.
Dip, gonna give you a fat ass.
Shut up.
It's very heavy.
This happened in my house.
Of course it did. Your old man lights his ass off all the time.
Oh, I thought he was going to answer your call. You keep talking like that. He ain't.
But you know he's a known liar.
Well, so here's the thing. My dad claims that our family invented Jell-O.
Wait, because it's over in
Leroy.
Leroy, yeah.
Yeah. No, he claims it was a relative on his mother's side.
So you should be vastly wealthier than you are.
Because he had a backup story with
What?
that. He claims that the family sold it to the Jell-O company.
Oh, they sold
the
it
recipe
already.
to the Jell-O company, and they blew the money back in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. Now, here's the thing. He has not been able to provide us with any more details past that. And the story is so crazy and so local that it might be possible.
It doesn't make sense. I'm going to tell you why.
Well, hold on. All it would take me is a 5-minute Google search to look it up and see if those names match my family's names, right? But I've never done it because I've heard that story so many times. I've just decided, yeah, it's probably true.
Okay, so let's say your relative invented Jell-O.
Yeah.
And then you sold it to the Jell-O company?
That's what he says, yes. I don't know. What do you want from me?
We're already the Jell-O company. We already kind of working on Jell-O over here.
Well, the Jell-O...
You walked over to Jell-O. Hey, I got some more Jell-O for you.
They weren't the Jell-O company yet, right?
whatever
It was
the
No, they were the Jell-O company.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You sure
The
you're
guy
sure?
that invented Jell-O goes, I'm going to call this Jell-O. His name was Bobby,
maybe-
Robert Jell-O.
And that name doesn't match with my family.
He was
so it can't be
melting
true.
hooves in a big cauldron in his backyard.
No, I mean,
Dropped
look,
a chicken wing in it, and voila.
it's not out of the question. It's not.
Bro.
Based on, I mean, look.
Oh,
It's,
I know your family ain't your family couldn't invent a goddamn thing.
oh, what does that mean?
You know what I mean.
What?
You first in line to crap on them.
Well, yeah, I can crap on it, but your family can't invent a
No,
thing. No,
same
no.
way my family could invent a goddamn thing. The only thing my family did was lie their ass off.
Here's the thing. I know that a member of my family invented something significant, but I'm so stupid I can't remember what it was.
Then it could have been
that
very
memorable,
good.
huh?
Kimmy, like your family seems
Yeah.
like the most normal out of all of
And
us.
your father's like a lab guy. Like he does
He
stuff.
tried to hang a TV with bungee cords once, and it fell
didn't work?
off.
Well, no,
What?
but that's earthquake proof.
Yeah, sure.
Pretty
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah, no, my dad is no inventor.
No, but you never had like a relative or anything claim that they made something?
No, but this did happen with a friend of mine. Her mom, like growing up, she made like this specific like dessert for us as kids and called it like puppy chow or something. It was like trail
That
mix
makes sense.
and like candy, like but like
Man, you're
it had
taking
like
all the
powdered
covers
like
today.
chocolate and powdered sugar. I don't know what
right.
was in it. It was delicious.
Sounds good.
But like she claimed like this is my mom's special recipe, like, and I had never had it. And then I remember going to school and describing this thing to my roommate at the time who was from Ohio, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's called," named it something else. My mom makes that all the time. And I'm like, Wait, what? No, my friend's mom invented that. What are you talking
You
about?
believed it all the way up into college?
Well, because I'd never had it before, and nobody else made it ever
And you
for
brag
me.
about having a college degree from the University of West Virginia?
But I think that's when I was like, oh, so it's not like it's a universal thing. It's not
Yes.
just a special recipe.
Well, look, I mean, everybody.
I had never had it. Like, that was the only time I ever had it was at my friend's house.
Look at it this way. Odds are most of us know people that ain't ever going to amount to squat.
No.
So don't believe any invention that came out of dumbass friend or relative.
It's quite the opposite. Everything that exists had to be invented by someone.
But not by anybody you know.
And that's not true. Odds are that your family tree is so wide and your friend group is so wide that you know someone that has had it, especially in Rochester.
You're a
Rochester,
family tree that was grown by a dumb nut.
to this day,
What?
despite the fact that Kodak hasn't been active really in this way in decades, if I'm not mistaken, Rochester still has one of the highest patent per capita numbers in America. So, like, if there is a town
Oh, yeah.
where plenty of regular ass people invented things that we use every day, it's this town.
Okay.
We invented the digital camera. We invented the way film goes. DVDs were a big part of what was happening here. We had an effing nuclear reactor that the government didn't know about.
Look at that.
What is, you're just not.
Well, listen, I shouldn't piss off the heir to the Jell-O fortune over here.
You know what's funny too? I could just drive 20 minutes to Leroy, walk into the museum with my family tree, and be like, "Oh, that actually never done it.
No.
Never done it.
No.
Not gonna do it.
It's your museum.
It could be. What if he's right? Oh, you know what? I won't do it. I'm scared he's right, and I don't want him to get the credit." All right, everybody on hold. We gotta move on. I really appreciate the calls. Thank you. The state of New York is looking out for you.
Oh, good.
And look, this seems like a little bit of money, but over a period of time, going to a bunch of different places, this could add up.
Okay.
So now, when you walk into a place, they have to tell you right up front that this will cost you more.
Oh.
And what's funny about this story is this change in policy in the state of New York means that all of the arguments that people were having, claiming they knew the law,
Yeah.
have been screaming wrong the entire time.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5. This is going to change the way businesses have to operate when you check out.
Good.
This is going to change the way we have the opportunity to save a little more money. But it is kind of embarrassing to the people who believe they've known how this law works for the last however many years. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it.
Yeah.
There's a new policy change in the state of New York involving business transactions.
What are they saying?
Like when you go to the counter and pay for something. Starting on Sunday, if a business is going to charge you more for using a credit card instead of cash, they have to let you know up front. It's a new effort from the state to make sure that buying things are more transparent. On top of that, the new policy says that stores can't charge you more that a credit card transaction is costing them for that transaction.
So they can't be making money on your transaction.
Yes, apparently that was a problem, according to the article that I was reading, that they were charging a higher percentage than they were actually.
So they're grabbing a little cake.
You got it. Will this make either of you guys more likely to pay with cash?
No. Man, nobody is.
Yeah, even if I intended to, I'd probably get sick of it pretty quickly.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How many people listening really had a problem with the way things were before?
I'm guessing very few. Or even paid attention to it.
It does suck. Like having to pay a little bit extra, that 2-3%. But the convenience of the card.
Yeah.
Although you're paying on both ends because you're paying interest on the credit card and you're paying what it costs.
You're getting a little whack on the other
Exactly.
end, too.
Like you're getting banged both ways, which I know is a fun Saturday night for you, but for everybody else. So, like, Kimmy, you're a penny pinching person.
She's
yeah.
tight. You're tight. Your chins.
Good change on the back end.
Don't be.
No. Chins
You
would have been
said
the way
it.
to
Don't
go.
look at me.
Would have went
Came
with
out of your
chins
mouth.
up
What?
front.
You can be a tight chins.
No, I'm more about convenience.
Okay.
Pat. Yes.
Okay. I would think if anybody, your wife would be the one that's going to start paying in cash with this policy change.
Maybe now if it's on the radar, she may.
Because I would think now that businesses understand this is something they're allowed to do, they'll put the sign out there and say, we're going to charge you 1, 2, 3
Because they know
more
you're going to
percent.
just keep whipping out plastic, man. Because I would have to go get cash.
I know.
Like, and that's the reason I love my credit card and your debit card. You just go. I can't think of the last time for any significant purchase I whipped out cash and paid for it.
Do they bang you a percentage for the debit? I thought debit was same as cash.
No, but I
So
would
did
have to
I.
go get money.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
And I'm saying, like, I'd have to do all that, but, like, I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah, but think about monster purchases. Let's say your wife's going to buy a couch. You know, those things would be thousands of dollars. Right? Like 2-3% on thousands of dollars. That's a significant number.
But you also get points back
That's what I was gonna
on your
say.
purchase. So, like,
Yeah.
if you get a significant amount of points back on a purchase, you may be on the up with the points.
You may call it a wash.
If you get triple point, something got double, triple point on
Triple
things.
points?
Yeah,
Triple
there's
couch
like-
points.
So, like, I got this travel card.
Yeah?
That gives you, like, triple points.
Your wife got your travel card to tell you to get the hell out? Sorry, Kimmy, I should have oohed you.
Oh, my
Sorry.
bad.
No, but I mean, it's worth it to me.
Okay.
Because you could just cash out at the end of it.
Oh, I hear you, man. Spending your extra money like a sucker.
I'm making money, baby.
Is that couch flight sucker Tommy over there? So what's funny about this is the amount of people who believed they knew the laws around credit card purchases.
What are the laws?
Before the policy change. Have you ever been stuck behind this guy in a line where he starts yelling, it's illegal for you to charge me more if I use my credit
that
card.
dick.
Right? And they'll kick and they'll scream, whether it's cash or card, the company, you are bound by law to charge the same amount cash as you are credit. And it's now apparent they never actually looked into it.
Yeah.
Because based on this change, they were upset for no reason.
Right.
It's the same guy who yells and gets upset when a store won't let them pay with big bills.
That guy.
Or if a place is cashless, which
Yeah.
a lot of places are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you're going to
Yeah.
charge me more, and I can't pay with cash. But, like, due to counterfeiting issues, a lot of mom and pops won't take anything higher than a 20, maybe a 50. And they'll put the sign up in front of the cash
we
register.
won't cash out over a certain
Do not
bill.
accept.
Yeah. And then here comes Augie Scratch. U.S. legal tender, and you have to abide by the law of the Treasury and accept my payment. Take my 50.
Yes. And they'll show up right when the joint opens up, too. Like, you're the first customer of the day. Hey, can you break 100? Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, if you get stuck by one of these people, one, now it's taking me longer
Yes.
to have to get my thing done. Two, they always turn around and look for support from the crowd.
Yes.
And I'm not going to...
That's an old man thing.
Come on, man.
Do you feel like you have to be extra nice now I mean,
Yes.
not that you wouldn't be nice already, but like I feel like I have to go out of my way to be like almost like give them the look like that guy sucked, huh?
I'll go even further. I'll keep my mouth shut until that guy leaves.
Yeah.
And then when I hear like the bell on the door, how about that guy, huh? Like I know I'm not gonna. If he stands there, I won't say a word because I also want him to think I'm on his side because I just don't want to be a part of the argument,
Yes.
right? But as soon as he's gone, that clown, huh? 252-9263, 252-WCMF. The state of New York has a new policy starting on Sunday. If a business is going to charge you more for using a credit card instead of cash, they have to let you know up front. And this is being changed, one, to make things more transparent, and two, to ensure that stores are not charging you more than they're being charged for using credit cards. Are either of you more likely to shop at a place that won't charge extra for the credit card payment?
I'm there. I'm buying.
Okay, so you're not going to look
I'm not
into it.
walking out. Too rich for my blood.
Kimmy, how about you?
No, if I've made the decision to go there, this is what it's going to be.
Yeah, especially if it's like food or something like that. I'm already here to eat.
I mean, I'm not a person that drives around for the cheapest gas. You know what I mean? Like I don't do my research when it comes to like, you know, the best deal on certain things.
Because
It all comes out in a wash, man. Like you're gonna save a little over here. You're gonna get clipped a little over there. Just the way it works.
Yeah, the lazy man's creed.
Yes.
It all comes out in the wash.
Mm-hmm.
What'll be really interesting about
What's
this
that?
is to see what businesses collectively decide to do, because there's two ways to go.
Well, the credit cards are charging them.
Yes.
Right.
So they're locked into that.
You are, but like a store like Wegmans is so big, they can absorb that cost. It doesn't matter.
But again, they're just going to tack it on somewhere else.
You're right,
So
which you would-
you're going to pay more for a product.
No, but like mom and pops could do that and not put that thing out. They're trying to help folks out,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
But there's two ways this can go.
What's that?
Either stores collectively decide we're all together just going to charge this surcharge, so we're all in the same boat,
Right.
or there will be places that decide, because there are people that will shop out of principle
Yeah.
at the places that won't charge extra for the credit card. We're going to try and get an advantage by not charging
Okay.
you
Yeah.
the 2-3%.
All right. It's a sales gimmick.
Yeah, but I'm interested to see which one is more prominent. If everyone starts doing it because now they know it's okay, or if folks try and undercut other businesses the 2-3%.
Okay. Yeah, that may be a thing.
Because, like in the grand scheme of things, even if you spend $100, it's $2-3.
Yes.
And how often are you spending $100?
Better in my pocket than yours, Pat. They're not going to get a retirement out of my pocket.
You bring up retirement, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know, retirement is just the end of everything you've learned your entire life.
Yeah.
Right? And as a kid, there's not a lot that you're sure you know. It's up to a mother and a father or whoever.
Got a child.
Yeah, to instill in them, this is who you should trust, this is who you shouldn't, this is what you should do when things go bad, this is when you should sit on your hands. And all of those things together leads to an interesting situation that happened just south of us. Because these kids saw something that was bad,
Oh.
but they saw it in someone who's an authority figure.
Oh.
Someone that they're supposed to listen to and do what they say. And they couldn't even be sure
Yeah.
of what they were seeing. We're going to tell you what a bus driver has been arrested for. But past that, can you be sure your kids would do what these kids did in this moment?
Okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You want to raise a respectful kid that doesn't run their mouth all the time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also want that kid to speak up when they believe something is wrong.
True.
And those two things in the mind of a child can be hard to do at the same time. A story this week shows how some teens may have saved the day, legitimately, by standing up and alerting folks to a very dangerous situation involving one of their authority figures. But I think it's fair to wonder.
What's that?
Well, if you've got kids or you raised kids, based on how you raised them, would they do what these kids did?
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break. I love how you say, wow, you have no idea what I'm about to tell you.
That's an amazing story.
I can tell you they made a sandwich.
Wow.
It's a big sandwich. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8:30, when you hand a resume in, there's been standard things for years. You know, your name, your work experience, what you think you can bring to the company. But someone Kimmy knows says companies are asking for one more new thing, which kind of sounds illegal, Kimmy.
Yeah, you would think so, because I wouldn't think this would matter.
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. So this story happened just south of us in the southern tier. A group of high school students are being hailed as quick-thinking heroes after a very scary situation involving their bus driver. The kids who go to a private school were on their bus back from a field trip, and they noticed something very strange about that bus driver. They say she was swerving. She was driving erratically. And at some point, she was driving the wrong direction.
Holy crap.
Not like on a one-way street, like away from the private school they attend.
Okay.
They believed she was drunk.
Oh, it sounds it.
Okay. So, in an effort to get off the bus and alert somebody, one of the kids begged the driver to pull over because she said she had to use the bathroom. Said it was a massive emergency. When the bus driver finally did, a group of students ran into a country club restaurant.
So they all piled out the bus.
You got it. And told the employees about the situation. The story says that several of the kids ran in with like tears just streaming down their faces.
Yeah, it's probably dramatic.
So it turns out, based on the allegations, kids were right.
Yeah.
The 35-year-old bus driver
Yeah.
has been charged with aggravated DWI, which is a felony, along with 12 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. And it's all thanks to the quick-thinking actions of these high school kids.
Yeah.
They're safe, and they could have saved the lives of countless other drivers on the road that day.
You ain't kidding.
And it's all because they questioned an authority figure.
Yeah.
So here's what I want you to do. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you have kids, picture them in your mind right now.
Okay.
If your kid was in that situation, would they have done the same thing these high school students did? And you want to say yes.
Oh, sure.
You want to say yes. But it all comes down to how you raise your children to handle folks that have authority in their lives. And that, Tommy, is a very complicated situation.
So do you teach them to question authority or obey authority?
Well, that's just it.
And know when to do
Either.
which?
Yeah.
Good luck with all that.
Well, that's it, Tommy, right? Like, you want a respectful kid who is going to do what their teachers and principals and other folks who work at the school tell them to do. You don't want some punk ass like Tommy or I running their mouths all the time.
Make me do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you raise them to listen and to do.
Yes.
But at the same time, every parent has to drop in, well, when something isn't right, when it feels not right, you got to tell someone, which is great advice. You just have to wonder if your kid, who you're just pounding this respect the adults into their head over and over, can manage to speak up when they feel that things are wrong.
Yeah, because like that was whatever kid said I need to use the bathroom. I mean, that was a really smart diplomatic way in that escalating a situation.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, that's really smart.
Because you would have just yelled, you drunk bitch, pull the bus.
Yeah, I don't want to die and go to school. By the way, I didn't know they had private schools in the southern tier. I know that's terrible to say.
What does that even mean? Every town has a private school.
There's, like Catholic schools.
No, but I thought like in the southern tier they didn't have like fancy private school.
It might be a smaller school, but they
religious
exist.
I didn't think of the Catholic school.
Okay, or they could have all kinds of
I always
religious
forget about
schools.
country Catholic.
Country Catholic?
Catholic.
That's what they call it out there?
Country Catholic.
You Catholic? No, we're from the sticks. We're Catholic. Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Picture you as a teenage kid, 16 years old.
Yeah.
Would you?
No.
So you would have just sat on that bus and hoped for the best?
Yep. Just get me home, lady.
Why?
I was just not a kid that rocked the boat all that much. Like, I would let some other kid, do it.
But what if nobody was going to do it?
I don't know. I guess just along for the ride.
So you would have rode out. You're sure that your bus
Yeah.
driver is drunk?
Yeah, I don't think I would have said anything.
All right, let's turn to Mr. Negotiated his way out of high school degree, Tommy Mueller. Because on one hand, you had no problem running your mouth.
No. And I used to run my mouth to teachers and stuff.
But on the other hand, every time that teacher or someone called home to say you were being a dick, your father did not ever question that they were wrong.
Right.
It was always you.
Yeah.
Would you have said something on this bus? No.
No. I'm with Kimmy. Let somebody else deal with it, man.
But you could die.
I know, but like.
Yeah, but there was always the one kid, like the leader of the pack. Like,
Yeah. Like,
go for it. Back you up.
Yeah, I'm
by
not
sitting
jumping
here.
in.
No, but you wouldn't have even backed him up. Neither of you would have backed. You would have just sat there and hoped for the best.
Because I'm afraid, like, if I say anything, it's going to get worse.
Okay.
Like, he's going to turn around. Like, next thing, we're going to careen into a train or something. You know?
What, get worse, take out a bottle of Jack Daniels and
Yes.
drink more? I'll show you, kid. Turns out your mom was in the back of the bus. So then I guess the question becomes this. If you want your kids to be respectful of adults and authority figures, but you want them to question authority when they feel wrong, how do you teach your kids to do both at the same time?
They have to learn how to read a room, right?
Well-
They have to read the temperature of a room and come up with a plan. That's a lot of thinking that most adults can't do.
True that.
So I would think most kids can't do it either.
Well, I guess like the start would be, do you feel like you're in danger? Because that would be like the number one reason why I would tell my kid to speak up. Like, do you feel unsafe?
Okay.
Do you feel like you're in danger in some way? Is somebody doing wrong?
Okay, so let's talk about that. Again, the school bus driver was a private school down in the southern tier, happened this week. The bus driver, driving them back from a field trip, driving erratically, swerving all over the road, was driving away from the school at some points. The kids, high school kids, were sure that this driver was drunk. One of the kids said they were going to pee their pants. They had an emergency bathroom break. They finally got the driver to pull over. All the kids ran off the bus into this country club restaurant, alerted the adults in the restaurant as to what was happening, and they called the cops.
Yeah.
The driver was arrested, charged with a felony and 12 of endangering the welfare of a child. Kimmy, you bring up the if you don't feel safe. And I think that's a great way to put it in theory.
Yeah.
You've met my 13-year-old, right? Okay. I love my daughter. And she is bright.
Great kid.
She's beautiful. She's great. That kid is the most dramatic human being I've ever met in my life. And she will work in her head in every situation why this is the worst, most dangerous, scariest thing that's going to end everything she's ever done in her entire life every single time. I don't know if I were to look at my daughter, and I've said this to her before, like I've said, if you ever feel unsafe, speak.
Yeah.
You need to speak up. But I know when I say that, there is going to be a time where my daughter speaks up feeling unsafe in a completely normal, safe circumstance.
But wouldn't you rather her still do that than not say anything at all? I'm
Yes.
wondering. Yeah.
Yes, I would. However,
Yeah.
as a parent, if you, Tommy,
Yeah.
say like, you have to teach your kid to read a room.
Right.
You have to be prepared for mistakes that your kid will make.
And I guess you can't really teach people to read a room. I think that comes naturally.
No, we've
Either
been
you
trying
have
to
it
teach
or
you
don't.
for like 30 years.
With experience, you're saying.
No, I think I don't even think you could teach it. I just think people, you either got it or you don't.
Well, think about this situation here, right? Like, let's use the bus driver situation as an example. Let's say these kids had a feeling something was wrong, and they trusted their instincts, and they did exactly what they did. But when the police got there, turns out the bus driver wasn't drunk.
Right.
Police gets called, school gets alerted, sobriety test, stone sober. Despite the kids speaking up when they felt uncomfortable, which you instruct them to do, that bus driver is going to be out of their mind upset.
You just lit up my career, man.
Yeah, possibly. Now, I don't think they lose their job or anything
But
like
still.
that, right? Like, if that happens, if your kid speaks up in a situation where they feel unsafe and it turns out everything was safe, do you put your arm around your kid like it's an 80s sitcom and you're the dad, you're Bob Saget, and you go, hey, listen, we learned something today? Or do you light your kid up? Because you'd be embarrassed too.
I don't think you can light your kid up for being scared.
Yeah, it's not like they made it up. They actually felt that way.
Fair.
So that's what makes it tricky.
But see, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to sit here in a hypothetical situation and say that than to get a phone call home that says your kid accused a fill in the blank of drinking or having drugs, and it turns out they weren't, and then that kid comes waltzing through the door.
Yes, that's true. I don't know what you do.
Thank you, Dad.
No, I mean, it's very hard because, Like you said, like you're trying to teach your kid common sense, basically.
And you don't want your kid to get taken advantage of. You want them, to stand up for what they believe is right.
But I don't know if this is common sense. Even you said it. Like, there are adults that don't know when to read a room. There are adults that
But I don't think you can teach it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because, I can't tell you how to feel. Like, I don't know how you're feeling, and I can't manage your feelings.
Okay.
So, like, to your daughter's thing, like, if she legitimately felt uncomfortable and nothing was happening, she's still justified in how she felt. I can't yell at you for feeling the way you felt.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Because what you're saying is right. What you're saying is 100% right. I just want to know who you are and where my friend Tommy is from all these years
What are you
ago.
talking about?
Raise your kids is so easy. Kids are dumb, loudmouth, just looking at cars proud. Blah, blah, blah. Now all of a sudden, what you got to do, you got to ask yourself.
Wait, Catalana's on the bus?
Catalana is here. He's raised kids. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
You got to ask yourself, what does your kid feel? And you can't tell them how to feel. And know that you had those feelings once, too. And that Demar Hamlin should have won Comeback Player of the Year because Joe Flacco went on a 4-game win streak against subpar quarterbacks. It's scary. Like, okay, this story in itself is scary that this woman, according to the allegations, is drunk driving these 12 kids back from a, school event.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also scary in the fact that in situations that warrant your kid to say, hey, something's wrong here, you can't be sure they're going to do it.
Right.
And by the way, we're only talking about adults right now, right? Like, the authority figure thing. If your kid's afraid to speak up to an adult, the odds that they do it in a peer pressure situation, I would think would be even smaller.
Sure.
What do you mean?
So let's say
speak up
Going
against
with the
another
crowd.
kid.
Yeah, going along with what's going on. If someone's going to drink, if somebody's going to, get high, and you want your kid to do that. If some kid's going to get behind the wheel of a car while they've been drinking.
Right.
If you're not willing to do it in a situation where this person is not my friend, what are they doing in that spot?
Yeah.
God, it's terrifying.
It is.
Shut up.
It is.
Shut up.
I feel for you.
No,
bro.
you can't feel for me because you've never gone through the experience.
No, but I know people. Listen, I have worked with other people with children, and they all had the same fear of working with me and not knowing what I'm talking about.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Oh, here we go. Here come the...
Well, if you had your head down in the book, you wouldn't even know she was driving drunk. You should be doing your homework on the bus. Because that's the first thing my old man would say. The only reason you knew because you were up jackassing around.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Rachel, is this our second Rachel? Didn't we have a Rachel call during the McDonald's short change? Okay.
Yeah.
Rachel, too, writes us on Facebook. It's not hard. You just have to put your kids in situations and walk them through it. If you can't figure this out,
simulate the situations.
Maybe it's your parenting skills that need to be brought into question.
You can't prepare your. You don't know. You have
for the
no
unknown.
idea.
I want to prepare you for the unknown.
Like you have no idea what they're gonna feel.
You don't know what kind of situation they're going to run into.
The other thing that scares, I know I'm not alone as a parent, right? Maybe it's easier to do this in a situation with a bus driver because it's not someone you see on a regular basis. And unfortunately, and all you bus drivers listening know this, kids don't respect bus drivers at all.
No, they never did. They never will.
The history of buses.
Yeah.
But what if it's an adult that they like?
Yeah.
What if it's an adult?
Well, that's when you usually see these stories where it does get to the point where it's in the news because it's a likable person and it gets that bad.
Look, I've told this story on the air before. I had an English teacher I loved my freshman year of high school. Loved this guy. He was cool. He played the guitar.
He's that guy.
That guy, younger guy, right? And
nothing but trouble.
All of a sudden, the next year, like a month or two into school, the guy was gone.
Yeah, sure was.
No word about what happened.
Johnny Guitar's out.
Exactly. And rumors started to circulate that he tried to do things with a girl that was at the school. And being the naive 15-year-old kid that I was, 14, 15-year-old kid, no way, he'd never do that, man.
He's cool.
I ended up dating the girl who he tried to do stuff to.
My God.
And she told me the whole story.
How smooth he was. Well, he was a likable guy.
Well, no, it never happened.
But he was a charming dude.
Exactly. He made an attempt. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
You don't know if that's the only time he tried that. There could have been other incidents.
Other people that never said anything.
Because they liked the guy or they were afraid of what the blowback was going to be, if they were the one that were to point out. Look, it's terrible what happened to that poor girl. And thank God it didn't get past the point where she was like, don't you dare touch me.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like if I didn't have that experience as a kid, I may still think that way.
Yeah.
It was having that personal experience of like, whoa, this guy that I trusted and thought was great is actually a giant monster piece of crap.
But he also
think-
changed it now for everybody that is trying to be a
Yeah.
thoughtful, pleasant teacher with a
right.
guitar.
And that's
right.
why I wonder, like, if your kids see it differently than we did as kids, where all that stuff kind of got brushed under the rug, right? So you really didn't know if somebody did something or not. But I think kids are more aware that that's a possibility
Okay.
now
All
than
right.
we were, just because people are actually getting in trouble for it now and having their faces in that. I mean, we talk. It's affected almost every school district in the greater Rochester area
Yeah, and
to
I mean,
some extent.
Odds are between your childhood,
Yeah.
your kid, someone in your neighborhood, you know someone.
Yes.
Right? That has been a part of something like this. So I guess the moral of the story is.
What's that? If you see a guitar, ask questions.
Well, that goes for anything, man.
Especially if they're playing the guitar while they're driving a bus.
The more discussions we have about kids and their reactions to moments, and right, like it seems like raising a good kid
Yeah.
may be less about parenting and more about blind effing luck.
Oh.
And I say good kid as in like the kid you hold up as the example of every kid.
All right.
Like what this kid did on the bus.
Sure.
Because like there are parents that did everything they could
Oh, yeah.
and their kids
Didn't happen.
It didn't work out.
Right.
And there are kids that you see who had no kind of good background.
Yeah.
Right? Things went bad for them every way they could. And those kids turn out to be like
They rose
Rhodes
to the top.
scholars.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Your brother comes to mind.
Yeah, Rhodes Scholar. The only Rhodes Scholar he got was Rocky Rhodes Scholar.
See, the kid can't get a break.
Ice cream. No, he did. He got a break. He gave him a break. They broke him off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. He's fat is what I'm saying. He's a fat kid. Let's take a break.
All right.
A break. Give me a break. So, Tommy, my favorite part about Tommy Mulet's life
What's that?
is that you, despite your age, have never filled out a resume in your life.
No, I'm not.
Ever.
So you don't have one saved, ready to
what?
go.
What's he going to put on it?
Well, I filled out a job application for a bag boy at Winn-Dixie.
So that was it.
I went into stand-up comedy, no resume.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw your set. No resume at all.
And then you got job via somebody else here.
Yeah.
Or,
So I've
when you
never
started
filled out
radio.
like a resume.
Like, if he was going to do a resume, it would just be a picture of a microphone drawn in crayon on a big piece of paper.
I
They
do
don't take
radio.
But for everybody else that's a normal human being,
Yeah.
your resume comes with your job experience.
All the lies you're going to put down at the bottom. And everybody, that's the one thing about a resume, man. It is just full of crap.
That aside, there's something new, at least according to someone Kimmy knows who works in this industry, the hiring industry,
All right.
that companies are starting to ask for.
Oh, like on there. Like,
Yes.
is it inappropriate or personal?
Well, okay, so it's not inappropriate
Personal.
in a way. It is personal. It's not inappropriate in a way that's like sexual, but it's definitely inappropriate because Kimmy,
It gets none of their business.
how could they get away with this without getting in some kind of trouble?
I don't know. You think of it, it only posed problems for them.
We'll tell you all about it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. For a long time, there was a standard way to get a job.
Oh, yeah.
You applied, you filled out an application, you gave them a resume, you listed your education, your job history, what you could offer them as an employee, and you hope to God that was enough.
Okay.
But things are changing.
What's going on?
Not only is it more about who you know these days, your connections, it can also be about how you look. Because apparently there's a new trend that's been popping up that has employers wanting to know what they can expect to see walking through the door before you actually walk through the door.
Wait a minute. How you actually, your appearance.
Yes. What is that laugh? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You know, we're talking about appearance.
Yeah.
You want to look cool.
You want to look sharp. You want to look tight and clean.
You want to impress all the people you come across every day. Yep. So we got some good news.
You want to look cool, man.
Well, we had Tommy's 30th anniversary event at Three Heads a couple of weeks ago. And because of that, and during that, we were selling T-shirts, Tommy Nation T-shirts.
Yeah.
And the folks that couldn't get through the door to get to the event were begging us, can you please sell these
Yes.
T-shirts? Yeah, somewhere else. Well, we got great news
What's
for you.
that?
You can go to WCMF.com right now, click on the Rock Shop, and you yourself, if you're watching the live stream, you can see it, your own Tommy Nation T-shirt to wear all over the greater Rochester area to let people know what a terrible degenerate you actually are. Go check out the Rock Shop. You can get not only the Tommy Nation T-shirt, but the WCMF branded stuff and our Ribs Arkansas tour shirts. All of that available at WCMF.com. Get moving and be the coolest guy at your barbecue this summer with your friends from CMF. So, Kimmy, you have a friend of yours that works in the hiring industry.
Yeah, so she I don't really know what exactly like the title would be, but she basically like helps prepare people for certain jobs and getting their resumes together, things like that.
I do find it funny that that's an industry that exists.
It's been around forever.
I know,
the
but
personnel
I don't know if
industry.
it's called like recruiting, but it's not really that. I
But
don't know.
like your job is to get other people jobs.
Yeah, basically you find them work.
Our economy is so big that you can make money, a career, a
People
living.
have gotten rich on these businesses.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's nuts. But anyway, Kimmy, your friend shared with you something shocking.
She's noticed a trend based on certain jobs that some people are applying for. Not only do you have to get a resume together, but a photo of the person applying is also not required, but encouraged, I guess, with some of these job postings.
To put a picture of themselves on the resume.
Yeah.
Okay. Did she say why?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's like the type of job that maybe people are applying
no
for.
uglies.
Really? How'd you get this gig?
No fugs, no Uggs.
But yeah, she's definitely noticed an increase
Buck tooth,
in
gap tooth, get out.
All tooth, no tooth.
an increase in employers wanting that information. And I guess maybe it could also be to look further into this person. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Right.
She didn't tell me.
What
so.
if you're a fatty and they don't want to, the insurance that won't cover your ass?
What?
What if you're a
Why,
fatty?
your ass is too big?
Yeah.
Insurance is
What if
gonna...
you had a big old fat boy face and they're not going to employ you because you're going to donut our ass out of fucking... Oh,
Whoa, Kimmy, are you kidding me right now? Professional broadcaster?
We caught it. We caught it.
Who's we?
We
She
caught
caught
it. We caught
She
it.
caught
We
it.
got there as a team.
I love you. Look, you should know these people. Man almost ends 30-year career. Hey, T-shirts just got pulled out of the rock shop, everybody.
But you know what I'm saying? There could be issues.
It's just a headshot. It's not like a full body spread.
Yeah, but if the face is bad, what do you think the body looks like?
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Right off the bat, this feels illegal.
Well, they're not saying They're not saying we just want to see what you look like.
Okay,
they're not
but-
saying they're going to use it against you.
But it opens up businesses for accusations that they are doing something inappropriate because when it comes to race, gender, size, as you are bringing up, disability, these are all things you are not allowed by law to factor in when deciding who to hire with the overwhelming majority of jobs. And these are all things that would be revealed immediately in asking for a picture on a resume. Something as simple as hiring, as you put it so bluntly, the more attractive candidate could get a company or a hiring manager or a boss in really hot water.
True.
Why would they ask for that kind of headache is what I can't understand. But past that,
Okay.
what could these companies be looking for? 252-WCMF in asking people to include a resume picture. Because it's also possible
Yeah.
that these hiring managers believe they can see what a good employee
like
looks
potential in your face?
or the way that you're put together, the way that you dress in the
Photo
picture.
you choose to
What
include,
if you
maybe?
just look dumb? You're just a dumb-looking person.
You mean, so, like, for an example of that, you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, and see what a dumb employee looks like.
Dumb-looking. He's so dumb-looking.
Tommy, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you believe you could look at someone's picture and determine just at looking at them if they're a good employee?
Yes, because you and I both do this. We we look at people, and we quick to judge. We create stories about people. We don't even know their names.
This is true.
And we start like doing backstories of where we think they're from and what they've been through.
And how does that help you when you actually meet them?
I'm usually dead on.
You lie. I can admit I'm almost always wrong. But you just said it. We think we know. We create backstories. We're not right.
All right.
Except that one time.
Oh, yeah, we nailed that one.
Well, you nailed it more than I did. I had hope. But, Tommy, you like scientifically, there's no way you can look at someone and know if they're going to be a good employee or a poor employee unless there's something I'm missing. 252 WCMF. Kimmy, do you think you can look at someone's picture and immediately tell if they'll be a good employee?
No. Just anybody who's had any work experience at all would know that, like, you can never tell based on how they look initially.
Because, Tommy, I would have to think you have this belief that a well-dressed, put-together person is the hardest worker.
Well, you look sharp. You look like you made an effort.
Okay. Based on strictly this room, that is wrong.
What are you talking about?
The best-dressed person in this room is by far the worst employee.
Oh, who's that?
You, dumbass.
Oh, so I do dress well.
Well, you dress what you think is well.
No. That's not what you just said.
I love how
you just gave me a comment. I do dress well.
No, I didn't give you a comment.
I am a fashionable guy.
I said that you're lazy
Slack-ass fashionable guy.
Stupid. Like, I love how you blow past the fact that you can't do your job you've had for 30 years ago.
What have I ever screwed up on my job?
I look handsome. Literally.
Take that one out.
3 minutes ago.
I have an F-bomb in almost a month.
Till now. Right? Like, I mean, for example, we just had a new sales guy start a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
That guy looked like $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
He was wearing a suit, a tie, a scarf,
He
an
looked
overcoat.
business.
Yeah, leather
He
gloves.
looked money.
And it was a great first impression. But he's going to realize real quick walking around this place, he probably realized it the moment he walked in, that he doesn't have to put all that effort in.
No.
So if he comes in next week.
Yeah, you sit next to Pajama Pam upstairs.
If he comes in next week and he's just wearing a button-up shirt tucked into jeans, does that make him a worse employee?
No, he kind of read the room, I guess, which makes him actually smarter.
I would also fear that, like, you're going to put your best photo out there.
And if that one sucks.
Well, no, I was going to say, you could, almost like a dating app. Like, you could show up and you don't look anything like that, and that may hurt your chances up front because somebody might think you're dishonest because you picked a picture that doesn't look like you.
True that. I mean, how many men and women have had that feeling when they went on dates?
Yes, that is true.
252 WCMF. Kimmy has a friend that works in the hiring industry who says that more and more companies are asking for pictures to be sent along with their resumes, which is hard to understand because, one, it opens them up for all kinds of, like, trouble they could get into. Two, what could a picture tell you about whether or not you should hire someone? Let's talk to Roger. Hey, Raj, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm thinking maybe they want to see if a person has a lot of piercings or tattoos on their face.
Okay.
Especially if it's in retail, you know?
Bro, if there's one place I'm not sending a picture along, I'm not sending, Macy's my picture to get a minimum wage job at the perfume counter.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but we've all walked into convenience stores or whatever and seen somebody that just looks like a freak out of a sideshow, and you can't help but judge in one.
Okay, Roger, can we talk about that for 1 second? Because, no, you're right. We've had that experience where you walk in and you see someone that isn't, I'm using quote fingers, normal. Hey, Roger, have you ever walked into one of those places, a gas station, a restaurant, seen that, and walked out and spent your money somewhere else?
No.
So then it doesn't really matter, does it?
But there's got to be people. I might not never go back to that store.
You're going to tell
going back.
Come on, Roger. If it's around the corner from your house, you're going
your
back.
Your fat ass is going for them Slim Jims.
Hey, Roger, look, I get what you're saying. There's been that belief for years and years and years, but I think that it's always been an overblown fear because if the kid does the job, I don't care if he's got something horrific tattooed across his face or if he's dressed in a tie. Just sell me my, Black and Milds. Let me fill up my gas tank, and I want to get out of here.
Okay, you make a good point.
Roger, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You're welcome. Have a great day, guys.
Take care. We got Facebook messages coming in.
What are they saying?
You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This woman asked me not to use her name. By the way, is the hiring industry also all women? I've never met a guy that
No,
works.
I only know women that work with these types of jobs.
Personnel,
Yeah, like HR, like people that help folks that hire. Anyway, she writes, we asked for pictures, and the reason is just so we know who to expect when they come for an interview and make sure this person hasn't applied under a different name in the past. To answer your question earlier, I think you can tell who the best candidate will be just by the picture they submit.
And that's a person on the inside.
Okay, it could also be the you of working in personnel. The Tommy Muley of HR.
Judgy Judy.
Judgy Judy. Man, they should do a TV show with a similar sounding name.
They should. They'd make some money on that.
You would also think
What?
it doesn't matter whether or not somebody includes their picture because if a company wants, they can just Google you.
Oh, yeah, Facebook.
I mean, your
everything.
picture's already out there. Like Sean sent us a message, said your resume and photo are already considered on LinkedIn if your profile is created.
That's a good point. And going even further, we've talked about how several places, if you apply, ask for links to your social media pages where they'll be able to see pictures like that. And the idea behind that, we thought, wasn't to see your picture, but to make sure you didn't have anything horrific written on your social media pages before they hire you. Seems that local businesses do a better job of that than like sports franchises. 252 WCMF. Again, Kimmy's got a friend that works in, as we'll call it, I guess, the hiring industry. Yeah. And she says that companies, more and more companies, are asking for pictures to be included with resumes now. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, Tommy said Judgy Judy. That show is actually on in the afternoons on another station. It's terrible. You'll want to drive your car into a telephone pole. Don't listen to it. I want to tell everyone who's applying for a job that in New York State, you're under no legal obligation to submit your picture. A corporation might want it. You don't have to send it. Don't give in if you don't want to.
If you hire me.
No, but Jeremy, okay, but it brings up an interesting angle. So they're not allowed to require it.
They're just asking for it.
But they're allowed to ask for it?
It's one of those gray areas as far as HR goes. It's almost like legal discrimination, sort of.
Okay.
The point I really wanted to make is somebody alluded to it. They're checking your face so that you have the right Tommy Muley when they look them up online, considering, there's maybe more than one. Tracking down every one of your social media posts to see if you're going to be a liability for their company.
Gotcha.
Now, if you're working at a job where it doesn't matter, who cares? But if you're working at a corporation that their image is, they want to keep their image on the up and up, they may not want you. Again, you're under no legal obligation to submit your picture.
Yeah, but see, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Here's in line, probably get you in line, further than other people, but yeah.
That's the problem with you're not under any
obligation. That's what my friend said. She said it's not required, but it's encouraged.
So I would think if I'm not submitting a photo with my resume, I don't even have a crack at it, Jeremy.
Listen, I get you. I agree with you. I understand. Again, I think this is legal discrimination, unfortunately. But what are you going to do? You got to play the game, I guess.
Got to play the game, buddy.
That's right, buddy.
Jeremy. All right. Have a good weekend, Dick.
You too. There goes Jeremy, sounding extra depressed today.
Mm-hmm. Which is hard for him.
By the way, I'd like to go back to something you said a second ago.
What is that?
Because we have this woman who asked to remain anonymous who says she works in hiring, right? And she says they wanted to see who they can see walking through the door, and she believes she can tell the best candidate. And you go, that's someone on the inside. Jeremy, who doesn't work in this industry, actually calls up with a better explanation. And you go, she's a pro, God. She is the Tommy Muley of hiring. She doesn't even know why they're asking for the picture. She does it for a living. I mean, look. Yeah. When it comes to what these companies want to see, and what Jeremy said makes perfect sense, but what picture am I sending? Do they want a casual picture of me standing there smiling? Does that help more?
You want to look business. You want to look big money.
So you want me in a suit and tie?
Well, I want to look like you're ready to go to work, right? You want to look like you're an employee.
But I guess it all depends on the environment of the place that you're applying to. Because Kimmy, we've talked about how there are now corporations, businesses that do legitimate work.
Yeah.
They have beer fridges and nap pods and ping pong tables. Are they going to hire a guy a woman that's in like, a stuffed shirt and a blouse with a pantsuit and a tie, or do they want someone that's going to be
Casual.
stable?
I wouldn't submit like a goofy photo. Like, this is me and my beer goggles.
Well, yeah, you don't want to do that.
So is it professional looking but laid back?
There you go.
Well, what does that mean?
Laid back pro.
What is that?
I don't know.
I do have another friend. She offers to take people's headshots for work.
Okay.
And that may mean like you already have the job, but they need a professional photo of you. But it's really just like the most base photo from like shoulders up of your face. You know what I mean?
Why can't I just do that with my phone?
You could.
I guess you could. Maybe it looks better if it's a professional shot. I don't know.
Not to crap on your friend, but again, that's an industry that exists.
Yeah.
That woman makes a living doing something. I could take my phone, flip the camera on, and go. Gah.
Yeah, you would think they'd be out of business by now.
But here they sit.
But I don't want to crap on your friend.
Well, I was gonna say, but have you ever seen a dad take a selfie
sure.
of himself?
All close
Here's
up.
my chin.
Good point.
Yeah.
Give me just a quick question. The friend that I just crapped on, have I met this friend before?
No.
Okay, good. So
I
I'm not
don't
going to
think
come
so.
across this friend. I don't want to be that guy that's a dick after I was a dick. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
So, Tommy, Super Bowl is on Sunday.
Yeah, buddy.
Somebody should write that down. Oh, you didn't do your joke. Good. Normally, in the past, there was one place you could go to see the Super Bowl. It was either CBS, ABC, NBC, or Fox. But this year, there are actually 2 channels
Really?
that you can watch the Super Bowl on. And as silly as it sounds, and this is actually meant to be silly, the better broadcast might be the one that's designed for your kid.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. every single year forever, unless you spoke Spanish and turned on Telemundo, there was one place for you to sit down and watch the Super Bowl, right? Fox, CBS, NBC, ABC. Well, this year it's going to be different.
What I got?
And I think you can make the argument that this alternate broadcast of the Super Bowl that will show up completely legal and endorsed by the NFL will be a better way to watch the game.
It looks like you're on acid.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just classic rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. As we said, CBS is not the only place you can watch the Super Bowl on Sunday.
What we got?
Nickelodeon will be doing another one of their NFL game presentations. And the reason they do this is so you can watch the game in a family-friendly environment.
Okay.
So for those of you who have never actually watched this or heard about it before, they include, they'll show you the game. Like you get the actual game, but they include like special effects like slime after somebody scores, like digital slime.
It's all kind of cockamamie stuff.
Yeah, it's like fun, silly stuff.
Kid stuff. Like some of the characters will show up in there.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
So Noah Eagle is doing the play-by-play. He's really good. Former NFL wide receiver Nate Burleson is doing the color. So you get legitimate play-by-play. Yes. But you'll also have SpongeBob characters Patrick Starfish and Sandy Cheeks as the rules analyst and sideline reporter.
Wait, those are two legitimate characters?
Yes, on SpongeBob.
You say Sandy Cheeks and a guy named Starfish?
Patrick Starfish.
All right.
Yeah. By the way, they're celebrating the 25th
I was going to
anniversary
say that show's got to be almost 30 years old.
of SpongeBob if you want to feel old. So I know this sounds silly, and you go cockamamie. Have you ever actually watched it?
No, I've seen him tease it,
Okay.
and it looks ridiculous. I can't watch something like that.
But they do a really good job of explaining the game without like talking down to you.
It's the perfect broadcast
Yes.
for you. I'm not even trying to be a dick. No, I'm serious.
Yeah, of course you're trying to be
No,
a dick.
I'm not.
It's a very good.
No, it
For
is.
somebody like you.
See, you're talking like Patrick Starfish. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's actually a great
What if
broadcast.
you start getting drunk and you're watching all this
Sounds like
flashy
fun.
stuff? You're
Well,
going to
that's-
lose it, man.
So Nickelodeon has done like 5 NFL games now, and they do a legitimately great job. It's entertaining. It's sincerely funny, and it does not distract from the game the way that you think. The last one they did, I believe, was it the Chiefs Raiders, one of the holiday games there.
Possibly.
They had a crane where it made it look like they were picking people up off the sidelines, and they pick up Andy Reid. So it's like a digital version of Andy Reid, but it looks real, and he's like kicking and screaming.
That's
it's like
cute.
when there's downtime in the game.
So what do they do when there's problems like fights and stuff like that? And,
So I haven't seen that happen yet. I don't know if they've done a game where that happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like to your point, like if something
Probably have a plan to cut away, right?
well, if something like Demar Hamlin, and I know that's super
Yeah, you're
rare,
right. You're right.
But like
well, no,
some-
they bring the crane out.
Gruesome injury or something.
Drop him in the hospital.
No, even like a terrible like
They get injury.
leg break or
Yeah.
something
what Nick
like
Chubb
that.
went
Yeah,
through
yeah, yeah.
earlier
Yeah.
this season.
What do they do?
I don't know.
I
I've
don't
never
know.
seen it. They haven't had that
right.
incident yet. I don't
Okay.
think, unless I'm missing something.
Or they cut away to
WCMF?
something else.
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, what do you cut away to? An episode of SpongeBob while Nick Chubb's knee is like
Well,
exposed.
they have-
hey,
like-
Sandy Bridges, do something funny.
Sandy britches.
They have like a couple kids involved too, like doing the sideline reporting and doing other stuff. Or maybe
right.
they just distract them with something.
So here's what's most interesting
What's that?
about having this opportunity this year to watch the Super Bowl on Nickelodeon. For some reason, over the last 24 months,
Yeah.
there has been a massive backlash against Tony Romo, the color analyst for CBS.
Yeah, people hate him.
Which I don't understand.
I don't. My wife can't stand him. My stepdaughter can't stand him. Like they want him to, especially when they're playing the Bills. Like if he says anything negative on the Bills, they get pissed. But they don't do it with any other time we're watching the Bills game.
Which is weird because Tony Romo just knobs the Bills
Yeah, I know.
24/7.
He's very,
loves
he's very
Josh
pro
Allen.
Josh Allen.
And so does my close personal friend,
Jim Nance.
Jim
Well, there
Nance,
was
who
all
does the
those-
game with him.
There were
What's his name?
I mean, look, I'm kind of a big deal. Sometimes I can't remember the little people's names.
there were all those rumors though that Jim Nance and Tony Romo didn't get along. They've had to like continuously Jim Nance has had to come out and say, "No, I love working with Tony," whether or not he does. But
He's my friends.
But maybe that also contributes to it too. Well, if Jim Nance doesn't like Tony Romo,
First of
maybe
all,
there's
Jim
something
Nance
wrong
is-
with Tony Romo.
I mean, Jim Nance is like the gold standard. to
Yeah.
me.
I
Like
gotta
that
tell
guy
you.
speaks like he is the man.
And
He could do any sport.
And I got to tell you, and he does any sport. But like when I was hanging out, just me and Jim Nance, my close personal friend Jim Nance.
Yeah. Was it right after you were working out?
It actually was right after I worked out. But, like we sat and we talked for like 5 minutes, about Rochester and the Bills. And it was in Detroit. Yeah, we talked about Oak Hill a little bit. He said, hey, I'll see you when I come for the PGA Championship.
And you didn't.
Well, because I didn't go. Because look, man, he's a
I'm going to drop his name. I don't have a ticket, but I know Jim Nance. We're like besties.
He's a close personal friend of mine, Kimmy. I don't want to bother him while he's working. Like if Tommy was doing another show, not only would that make my life a ton easier, I wouldn't like stick my head in the door while you were in the middle of broadcasting. That's not my style.
No, not at all. You do it every morning here.
Well, it's people I like. What I'm getting at with the Tony Romo backlash is if you're someone that can't stand Tony Romo,
move on.
That Nickelodeon broadcast might be for you, sincerely, because Eagle, the guy who's doing the play-by-play, Noah Eagle, he's Ian Eagle's son.
Oh.
Nepotism big time in play-by-play.
I was going to say a lot of up-and-coming sons and daugers out there.
Well, Jack Buck, Joe Buck.
All right.
Right? Like, there's a lot of guys, you're right, who have done this for a living for decades.
Chris Collinsworth's kid.
That
can't even
kid's
say
the worst.
They look exactly the same, too, and talk alike.
So he does the Notre Dame games on NBC.
Collinsworth's kid.
Yeah. And he looks like, I know this is a deep reference from back in the day. He looks like Max Headroom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is back in That's when a talk show was a talk show.
And I understand that Kimmy has no idea what we're talking about right now. You don't know Max Headroom?
It was AI before AI.
He was a real person.
Not really.
No, he was. It was an actor.
But didn't they like digitize him or something?
Yeah, but it was still an actor.
Yeah, but it was like the birth of AI, you'd have to say.
No.
Because that wasn't really him.
No, it was. He was in makeup.
That's what they want you to think.
God, you're an idiot. The actor was also in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It was a real person. Why are we arguing about Max
You're
Headroom?
arguing, not
You're 2020.
me.
You knew what you were doing.
You were like trying to give me deep Max Headroom cuts.
So what I'm getting at is...
So this is a nice alternative.
Look, all I'm saying is...
If you're not drinking.
If you have a chance, just for fun, pop it over to the Nickelodeon broadcast for 5 minutes, and I think you will be surprised how much you enjoy it.
But be afraid... That let's say
be afraid.
Let's say your wife loves it and the kids love it, then you're locked into that.
Yeah, but at least you get to watch the game.
I was watching the game originally.
But it makes everybody happy. Man. It might not be the ideal way to watch the game, but you still got the game on.
I don't know. In a Super Bowl that like most of America doesn't even care about.
Well, that's true.
Right? Maybe this is the one to watch it like
I don't care. You're right. I don't.
Be afraid. I don't care. Let's take a break.
All right.
With Valentine's Day next week.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of stress from a lot of men, and we've talked about it at length here on the show, what you're doing, what you're spending, where you're going with your lady for the special holiday. But based on something that you and I have noticed recently about our relationships,
what's that?
Maybe we've been overthinking this the whole time. Because women always say, I want quality time with you.
Yeah.
Right? But their definition of quality time and our definition of quality time varies wildly.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get into it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We know that men and women see a lot of things differently.
Yeah, everything.
But there is one major disconnect that needs to be addressed today.
What's the matter?
The term quality time together.
Yeah.
Because you ladies have decided it's the most basic thing possible you can do as a couple.
Yeah.
And we as men, if we're being honest, are starting to hate it.
Of course.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's time to get creepy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week. And there is something for sale that if you got the scratch in our area would make you look like the most ballin' mofo that ever existed.
Big money, huh?
Oh, yeah. And, Tommy, especially for a guy like you, would give you a chance to relive your childhood anytime you wanted.
Oh, man.
Privately away from everyone else.
Damn.
Tell you what it is. Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Question.
Yes.
How do you define quality time with your spouse? I can tell you how my wife defines it.
Okay.
So we've been working out in the basement together now for a couple of months. And it's a little strange because she wants to wait for me every day so we can do it as a couple.
Yeah.
So we go downstairs into the basement and we do totally separate things. And it's a tiny space. So we're in each other's way while trying to do our own separate stuff.
Yeah.
And also, while we're doing this, we hardly speak to each other on account of, we're working out.
Okay.
It's not what you would call an engaging affair.
So you're not exchanging ideas or words or nothing.
We're barely speaking
You're just
to
in
each
the
other.
basement.
You got it.
You're going to the gym together.
Yes, we're not speaking to each other. But again, if we went to a gym together, we could spread out and do our own thing. Not only are we not engaging, we're actively keeping each other from doing things we want to do in certain moments because it's such a tight space. But the other day, my wife, as we are finishing up, looks at me and she goes, I really love that we get to spend this quality time together now. We don't interact at all during this thing. And it revealed something about not only my wife,
Ooh, what'd you see?
but I think all women.
What is it?
For the ladies, quality time is just being in the same room as you when you're doing something you enjoy.
Yes.
Tommy, would you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In fact, if you think I'm wrong, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, I can prove it. Gentlemen, tell me if this has ever happened to you.
What's that?
You sit down on the couch to watch something on TV, something you want to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe she's not interested in. And your lady, she comes, plops right down next to you, then proceeds to watch every video on social media with the volume turned up to 11.
Yes.
Doesn't matter you were watching what you were watching. Doesn't matter that you two are not engaging in any way.
No.
To her, that's quality time. Taking something you are doing it and making it significantly less enjoyable.
Yes. Confiscating quality time.
Thank you.
Because two quality times cannot exist in the same space.
Is that science?
That's Einstein.
Okay.
Why do you think his hair was like
Two
that?
quality times cannot be in the same space.
No, they can't. Because if two quality times, somebody's going to win quality time.
Okay.
I have never won quality time. I can remember I can be sitting outside, right, smoking a cigar, having a cocktail with my wife. I got the jazz on, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I think, maybe she's had enough of this. I'll change it. She'll go, oh, thank you. Like already, she's like, thank you. I didn't want to listen to this crap.
Okay, but
Like,
she
she's
was
not
letting
having
you
quality
listen
time.
to it.
The entire time she's sitting, why do I have to listen to this crap? She's not having quality time. She can't wait to hear her music and shut that crap off.
But she was maybe enjoying it because you were enjoying
No.
it.
No.
When somebody says, thank you, that means thank God you turned that crap
But she
off.
didn't ask you to change it.
But my point is, she is not sitting there having quality time.
Well, but she's in the same space as you.
Hands
guys
up, hands up.
You're spending time
man
together.
You've been put old man down.
No, but here's what you're not thinking about. That's double.
It is.
Kimmy, by her saying that, Tommy now knows next time he puts on his music that he's handing her a bad time.
Right.
So it's going to
ain't no quality time.
And it's going to discourage him from having a time that he's enjoying the next time.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's
so-
fine. Like, if you don't want to hear it, that's fine. But the fact that you sat there and then go, oh, God. Ugh.
But I think it is hard
Ugh.
when you're spending time together for you to both be doing something that you both enjoy equally.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
When you're spending that time together,
Yeah.
whatever you're doing, is it almost impossible for two people to enjoy that activity the same amount equal? Like that you both like it the same amount?
No, I don't
You're both
think so.
enjoying it the same
I
amount.
mean, we have shows we enjoy together.
Yeah.
We have cocktail hour.
Okay.
We talk and stuff. But like, to say like we're gonna sit down and we're gonna sink into some quality time here. We're gonna really, which means I'm gonna benefit some way from this sitting here with you.
All right, Kimmy, to answer your question more directly, I think more guys than you believe would love to have actual quality time because there are things you have in common. You just brought up those two things.
Right.
There are things you like to do together. I mean, hell, just having a discussion after a long day is quality time that some guys would be into.
But I guess, like in your case, your wife waits for you to go work out. I mean, if you weren't working out together, would you have time? Would you make time for that other stuff? Because like this is something that you both feel like you have to do on a daily basis.
Well, if we're being honest here, we're an honest show.
Right.
Yeah, like because you're saying like I would like the quality time, but if you just have a busy schedule, maybe this is the only time that you're spending in the same room together.
No, but here's the thing. Now I'm getting guilted into having to wait till she gets home from work when I could just be done and she'd come home and we could have that quality time.
So now you're going to be frustrated during quality time because you could have already gotten this all done. So that is not quality time.
And here's what I think the hypothesis I'm getting at is, right, as we have this long scientific discussion, as Kimmy, as the woman in the room, is flaying, no, it's your guys' fault somehow, and I'm going to find out.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm going to find out why it's your fault.
I didn't say that. I was saying you have a busy schedule, so maybe quality time isn't, quite up
Quality
to most
time.
people's standards.
It's just not good quality.
Yeah. Yes.
So the definition of a wife's girlfriend's quality time is just needing to take your attention away from something you like for a little while.
To focus the attention on her.
Is that cynical?
I would say that's the truth.
Okay. Like
I wouldn't bring religion into it.
our ladies just want to know that we care more about them than that thing that we like that we're doing in the moment. And I know it's a hack-ass old joke.
No, but the reason it's hack, it's the truth.
But would you make the time?
Yes.
If she didn't join you during, I guess, quote, your quality time, would you make the time to do stuff with her?
Yes.
Kimmy, you would?
Kimmy,
You would?
I would. All right, we'll get to you in a second. Like, there have been times I'll be watching a Bills game, and my wife, she's very sweet. She will sit and watch Bills games with me, and she'll even get invested because she married into this and now she's been around for so long. But, like, no exaggeration. Like, I'll sit down. The game, we're in the middle of the second quarter. Like, the game is fully in. You know how I watch games. Yeah. And she'll, like, turn to me and be like, so that bill we got last week, are you serious? Like, I'm comfortable enough, having been married long enough. Is this a conversation that we're having during the Bills game? Right now.
Of course.
She'll wait for a Bills game or a Sabres game and go, Claire, our youngest, she has to be taken on Thursday to school. Okay, we could do it later.
Or we could have done it all morning. We could have had this conversation.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy and I have discovered, because we're geniuses, that a wife's definition, a girlfriend's definition of quality time together is simply taking something you wanted to do alone, inserting themselves in it, and making that thing that you were doing less enjoyable.
And changing it.
Yes, by
How
being there.
dare she want to be in the same room as me when I'm spending my quality time on my own?
Okay, can I ask you?
How dare she want to be around me and hang out with me?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you guilty of when your husband is alone watching television, plopping
My
down?
husband does not watch TV, and it actually annoys me.
Whatever he's doing, whatever he's enjoying on his own.
Xbox.
Okay, are you guilty?
Xbox.
Are you guilty of plopping down, turning
No,
your
'cause I don't
videos?
want to watch Xbox.
Why? So you don't have quality time with your husband then?
No, we don't. Because unless we're watching like two shows that we both overlap with, that's about the extent of it.
But that's just staring at the TV. You're not even really having a quality time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can break down the episodes.
But to your point, like that's something that we both enjoy equally. Whereas I can't think of a lot of other things that we both equally enjoy, that we would do on our own if the other wasn't around.
But think about this. In any relationship, even the things you enjoy together, and let's say you're on the same page, there's always going to be some friction.
Yes,
even in that, even in the most perfect world, there's going to be some sand in the gears.
You're not wrong. But
it's just human nature.
But here's the thing.
What?
I would much rather take sand in the gears of something that we both enjoy to do than slightly less enjoyable thing I like to do.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm not, look, don't get me wrong. I want to spend time with my wife.
I understand. Everybody does. I mean, my wife, not your wife. That came out wrong.
Yeah, hold on. I got to text my wife.
No,
Hey,
don't
Nana.
text your wife. That's not what I said.
Cancel the next appointment he has. It's
That's
probably
not
going to
it.
get
No,
weird.
that thing is getting bigger.
No, like, I just, like, I think time alone to do something you like is important in a relationship.
Yes, I think everybody needs a little decompression.
And I'm not even actively trying to avoid my spouse. It's not like it's, oh, here she comes.
Right.
It's just like you don't realize how important that alone time with the thing you like, the way you want to do
To
it
recharge.
is. Yeah, until somebody comes in and goes, oh, you doing that? Snatch. Snatch.
You know who had it made?
Who's that?
My old man.
Okay, but your old man was also
That's
a
a
piece
terrible
of crap.
example.
No, but I was like,
Look at the way his kids turned out.
I understand. But, like, he just did it. Like, my mother just went along with whatever
But your
he
mother
said.
wasn't happy.
No, but she thought she was doing the right thing.
Bro,
As
you're
a
sounding-
wife.
This is
you're
not
sounding really
good
bad.
for your argument.
He's not. You're sounding really, your mother was in a cult, and that's what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
Didn't your mom like change her religion for your dad?
My mother
Talk about spending quality time together.
was a better Catholic than my father, who was raised Catholic.
But you were saying I cut you off.
No, but I mean, like, he just did it, and she just went along with it. And she would sit by his side.
Mm-hmm.
And like I told you, like, when they were on vacation, sometimes he would go and golf. He'd find, like, a little par 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my mother would go golfing with him. My
Yeah.
mother didn't golf. My mother would sit in the golf cart and knit and make him drinks. While he was John Daly. I mean, she would.
But if your mother didn't do that, they would never. He wouldn't care.
No.
You know what I mean? Like they would never be around each other.
No, but like to them, that was quality time. Like she was supporting her husband, taking interest in whatever he did. He didn't care anything about her.
But you're waxing poetic about that, nostalgic.
It's one side poetic. Over here, poetic. Over here, horrible.
It's horrible.
I
But
don't
they-
think this is a good.
But they made it work.
No, they didn't.
No.
She hated her life.
I know.
Yeah, but they got 60 years married.
Yeah.
God bless. She gave up drinking to save his life.
Oh my god.
She went to church. She lit a candle. My father had this heart attack, right?
Yeah.
And she said the prayer. She goes, Holy Father, if you save my husband, I'll never have another drink. And my mother would go drink with my old man.
Okay.
For the rest, I think she stopped it at 70.
Holy crap.
So she didn't drink for the next 17, to the day she, no, almost 90.
Wow.
She almost 20 years didn't touch a drop of alcohol. My old man figured, great, I got a designated driver. And so he stepped on the gas.
I'm not sure what argument you're making because
Yeah.
you're kind of arguing
No, I'm
that
saying, like, she did make this
she
sacrifice.
infringed on his quality time and they stayed together forever.
Yeah.
That was the stupidest story you could have told.
No, but I'm saying, in a way, she thought she was doing right.
Uh-huh. Your wife thinks she's
I
doing
know.
right.
I
My
know.
wife thinks she's
They-
doing right.
Yeah, they think they're doing what's best for your
I
relationship.
know.
How do you argue against yourself without realizing it almost on a daily basis?
Talent like anything.
252 WCMF. We're
But I
talking,
would love to have somebody hand me a cocktail at will. That'd be pretty cool.
we're talking about our new hypothesis, Tommy
Yeah.
and I, is that a woman's definition of quality time, your wife, your girlfriend, is infringing on something you like to do and just making it slightly worse.
So you can blame my father. He ruined it for all of us.
But here's where it gets really weird.
What's
And
that?
if we haven't set Kimmy off enough, I think this is where we're going to do it.
Well.
Okay. The quality time definition that our ladies have when it comes to us doesn't extend the other way.
Okay.
For example,
Oh, yeah.
if your lady was watching one of her shows, Tommy, and any guy listening were to sit on the couch or get into
Oh.
bed and start watching loud videos on their phone,
You're
Oh, you're done.
describing my husband.
I couldn't get away with that.
I don't know why he has his volume up all the way every time.
okay. So are you the man of the relationship?
I
Is that what
don't
you're
know,
saying?
maybe.
Despite his shirtless photo
I'll
behind
even
me?
like when he walks in the room, I just turn my show off because I'm like, you're gonna
Well, if you ever ask
Play-
him, hey, can you just put your...
he'll say it's not that loud.
Okay. So he's Mike Muley.
I-
Be quiet. I'm watching I'm watching Bonanza.
He either plays his videos or he tells me why what I'm watching is stupid, even though he's kind of invested in it now too.
Most of the time it is stupid.
Yeah, but I could never tell my wife that.
Bro, it's gotten to the point in my relationship where my wife does not even want me around when, as she puts it, she's watching her stories, which is what Jamaicans call watching television. Did you know that?
Watching your stories.
Watching my stories.
Yeah.
So my wife will go upstairs, sit in our room, turn off the lights so she can enjoy her shows, which, by the way, I am happy
Yeah.
to, like give her, right? Like you
Yeah,
have
enjoy.
that. It's what makes you happy.
Yeah.
It's just weird that in that moment, all of a sudden, she doesn't want to have quality
Don't
time.
you think she would love if you came and sat down and watched TV with
No,
her?
because I've tried to do it and she gets pissed.
Well,
Plus the
no,
stuff
because
she
because you'll
sucks.
be like, that's not how it really happened.
Well, it wasn't.
That sucks.
It does suck. Like how many
You're
medieval
the actually guy of the room.
How many medieval sex shows can one woman watch? It's swords and boning 24/7. You're a grown woman. You're a grown woman.
Swords and
who
boning.
will watching Middle Ages porn.
Oh, is that the dragon show?
We're talking about the Dragon Show as a Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
We're talking about Highlander.
Oh, yeah.
Or
that's
not
bloody.
Highlander.
No,
it
that's
was
bloody.
Outlander.
Outlander.
That was the one.
One of them Landers.
Like if
the
there's
Lander sisters on Love Boat. That got pretty brutal, too.
if there's a show where there's a dragon and illicit sex scenes, my wife is saving all of them on TiVo. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. The phone number, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we go to the phones, on Facebook, this comes in from Rich. Rich says, you guys are just bad husbands. Everything you do should be something you want to do with your wife, and them taking away your joy means that they don't make you happy. Shut up, Rich.
Oh, listen to this.
What a dick.
Yeah. And he's a liar.
And he is. Yeah, I mean, he's probably divorced
Liar.
anyway.
Yes.
I hate guys like that. Like, can we talk about a problem that most men
Spineless
have?
guy.
Yeah, here's why I'm a better husband than
He
you.
definitely refers to his wife or girlfriend as milady.
Wait, now
Oh,
you're
yeah.
on our side all of a sudden. What
Well, that's a
happened?
milady guy for sure.
Well, I think you're lying to yourself if you say that you actually enjoy
Every moment.
everything that
Yeah.
your significant other
It's
is into.
impossible.
Because it's just not. You like different things, and that's
Yeah.
fine.
It's not mean.
Yeah, I just
They
think
should make me watch it.
Sucks so hard.
I just wonder if she didn't go out of her way to do these things with you, even though you don't necessarily enjoy her company. Would you go out of your way to do those things with her?
Well, no, because she doesn't want me to.
But how do you know?
Because she was watching The Crown the other day.
Yeah.
So again, illicit sex and kings, right?
Yeah.
And I walked in the room, just walked in
Yeah.
to get clothing in my room. And she was like, what are you doing? I'm watching The Crown. I go, can I turn the bathroom? I'm like, no, I'm watching The Crown. You can only watch it in darkness, apparently. 252-WCMF. All right, Kimmy has been getting ganged up on here. I do feel bad.
All right.
So let's give her a little bit of,
Lady space?
well, yeah, and how about an estrogen teammate?
Okay.
Liz is on CMF. Hey, Liz, what's going on?
Hey, so you guys were complaining about like the volume being all the way up on the phones. You guys just got to go full Oprah and like everybody gets AirPods like for Valentine's Day. Like you get AirPods, you're getting AirPods. End of all arguments about the volume.
Okay, but
and Kimmy gets to watch your shows.
Okay, but Liz, here's the problem. Here's the problem. And I do appreciate you trying. There are no bad ideas, but here's why your idea sucks.
Because no one's going to listen to radio anymore. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, I mean, that's already happening. But Liz, like, it's not just the noise. Like, let's say my wife had her AirPods in and she sits down to me while I'm sits down next to me while I'm watching a hockey game or a basketball game or whatever.
Yeah.
There's going to be a point, Liz, where she comes across a video.
Or she's gonna talk to me.
No, there's going to be a video of a wombat getting a bath at the zoo.
Okay.
That's going to happen.
Oh, Tommy Muley entered the room. Look at this baby hippo, guys.
And Liz, when my wife comes across the baby wombat getting a bath at the zoo, in the middle of me watching this game, she goes, hey, and she's gonna take out her AirPods, she goes, put this in, and I'm like, yeah, put that, and I'm gonna watch a wombat, wide-eyed, being spun around getting
That's
a zoo
not
shower.
terrible.
I just
I
want
mean,
to.
is that so bad?
I know.
Wombat. That's cute. That's cute.
Liz, thanks for not
Thanks for
cursing.
catching that.
Liz, are you married or not married?
I am divorced.
Oh, so you're single right now.
Of course.
I plead the fifth.
Ooh, so you have a boyfriend? Girlfriend?
Maybe it's
No.
complicated.
Okay, all right, I understand. No,
Maybe
'cause-
just a friend, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I got a twin size bed for a reason. I'm
Yeah.
divorced.
Oh no, I got it. Look, I had a twin size bed when I met my wife. We just had to squeeze in there. Liz, what I'm getting at is the reason why people like you have these easy solutions is because you ain't got to deal with it on a nightly basis,
true,
Liz. Not a problem for you and your twin bed.
Hey, I get to listen to the radio, when the Bills win, and my AirPod in the other ear. So it's like the best of both worlds,
All right. Well, hey, listen. Thanks for trying, Liz. I really appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Have a good rest of the day. God, I hate Liz so much. You know what you need to do? Leave your spouse. Get headphones and get a divorce.
Be in a dank bedroom. My hand hurts.
We did get a tweet from Chris who says, "My wife and I love to hike together."
Oh, God. Hike. You lie. Why do you lie?
says, since taking up photography more seriously, I stop more often to get pictures of nature. It bothers my wife. Here we had something we enjoyed together. I had one element I enjoy, and she doesn't enjoy it as much anymore.
All right, so here's the problem we have here.
The hiker.
Well, Tommy, I understand.
Photog hiker.
I understand Chris's problem. He's on our side here, right? Like, and Chris, he seems like a really nice guy. But at the same time, the fact that he's hiking photography guy makes me hate him with every bone
He's on
in
your
my
side,
body.
but you can't get on.
Oh, I hate
Yes.
you. It's like when in World War II when we had to side with Stalin, but nobody really wanted to. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that Chris is Stalin. I'm not saying he's that guy. But I do feel icky.
Yeah.
We don't want you on our team.
Well, but we need him. We don't want him, but we need him.
I love hiking.
And photographer. All right, let's take a break. It is Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's starting to get creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cab coming at you, and this would be the most balling thing ever to own. It would impress everybody.
Yeah.
And a guy, especially of your age, Tommy, would have the opportunity to relive some of the greatest days of his life in privacy.
Damn.
It's right down the street, and you can buy it right now if you got the coin, bud.
Oh, really?
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bro, this would be the ultimate status symbol.
Damn.
And here's the thing. Most of us wouldn't be buying it just for status because not only would you have all of this space to do whatever you wanted, if you chose to, you could relive your childhood on a daily basis in a place where no one could see you.
How cool is this?
That is, if you got the coin, bud.
What's for sale?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Mm-hmm.
You disgusting son of a bitch.
Thank you.
He had to wear his tall World War I boots to wade through the creep this morning. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's called the Creep Cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. All right. So next time I go into Wegmans, I'll check for the beaver tank. You know what I'm going to find in there?
What's that?
Yo mama. On sale.
Why is she on sale? It's quality.
Are you defending your mother's meat?
Please.
Sale.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the first joke's mean enough. You don't have to discount her, too.
She's on Shoppers Club. So I would call up and you would start talking to this chick.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Let's string you along.
Well, no, I would be done in about 4 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Hot fest.
Well, but then
Your mom could be the grandma.
Goes in fun parades. Stupid. Your joke doesn't work. I just told you that. So, joke's on you.
Hot dogs on her.
That's like a psycho gaze.
Yeah.
You look like you're
horny boys gazing.
Horny
boy
boys
gazing.
No,
She's
we-
one hot
we
mama.
right.
Let's turn this bedroom into a sauna.
Shut up.
Trying to fit into them jeans like he was 17. She's giving you a good beard jerking.
Bro, that's happened 5 times
People
minimum.
touching your beard.
And it's women. It's
No, it's
always
like
women.
jerking it.
It's so uncomfortable.
Well, that might feel kind of. If that was a sexy woman, that might feel good.
He's not going to be able to get out of that
It's
position.
hard to be a girl, especially a horny one.
Because I'm asking for a rock solid. She won't.
Oh,
And-
the
and
rock solids under that blouse, baby.
Why? Well, what?
Stiff timber.
Rough
Yeah,
and
don't be a sucker when you suck it on your milkshake, sucker. Daddy, slurping it. I'm hungry. Slurpy.
You're telling me there's like a long haul trucker that's driving an automatic truck.
Yeah, be a lot easier now.
What are you doing with your other hand?
What do you think?
Well, no, they were doing that.
Anything you want, son.
They were
Twice on Sunday. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. Another Boy Scout camp is up for sale.
Oh.
The Western New York Scout Council.
They sell camps.
I didn't know they had this many.
Yeah, like they own the ground.
You got it. So it's called Camp Dittmer. It's in Phelps. I'm sure there are people listening.
Oh, probably what, yeah.
Yep, that as children went to Camp Dittmer. So it's 317 acres.
God damn, that's huge.
That includes a 110-acre lake, multiple buildings, a couple of lodges, dining hall,
Yeah.
camping area.
Trails.
It's also set up for both hunting and shooting sports, Tommy.
Wow.
I mean, it's a dream
Oh, yeah.
getaway.
This is an
for-
outdoorsman's dream.
Exactly. And all of it
How much?
can be yours for the low price
Yeah.
of $3.7 million.
God damn, they're out of their minds.
Well, bro, I mean, it's 317 acres.
Yeah,
You got all that
yeah.
stuff there. You
Yeah.
know what real estate
It's all
costs
set
right
up.
now.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's not the only Boy Scout camp for sale right now. What seems to be the better Boy Scout camp, also for sale with the local Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
Camp Babcock Hovey, that's in Ovid. That is currently listed for $9 million.
So it must be really swank.
Yeah, now I think
Golf course.
I think we talked about that like a year or two ago when it first went on sale. Now, the Boy Scouts say that they're combining groups, and that's why they don't need the
Oh, is that what
camps
they're selling
anymore.
everything
That's-
off?
I think
Yeah.
that's why. That's
Wow.
what they said. 'cause
Okay.
That's a thing.
Get into the real estate game, are you?
Could you imagine owning your own Boy Scout camp?
It would be weird. Because I went to camp every summer.
I
Yeah.
loved camp every summer.
I loved it. I went. I did all them stay away camps.
So why would it be weird?
I don't know.
Our
Like,
stay-
what would I do by myself there?
I don't know. Pretend you're at camp.
No, but it was with that camp with people.
Well, you could invite friends to like spend the weekend
All
and
right.
stuff.
Yeah. You can make it almost like a
Party
Airbnb
Central.
kind of situation.
Well, I don't want strangers.
I mean, are you going to use it all year round?
Well, here's the problem. At some point, if I own this place, I'm gonna get drunk.
Yeah.
well, that's you
And I'm
don't even
gonna
need
do-
to own that place to get drunk.
But I'm also gonna attempt to do things that I shouldn't do drunk.
Okay,
okay.
fair enough. Yeah, with the
Easy
shooting
to get
into
sports.
trouble.
Probably, yeah.
Shooting sports, rope swing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drunken
Our-
rope swing.
Yeah.
Drunken rope swing is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Are
Knife throwing.
Are these camps still popular with kids? Like, are there still a lot of going away camps like that parents are sending their kids to? Because I remember they were really big when we were kids.
But there was problems. And I wonder if that's kind of dialed it back.
So that, because I was going to say, like, I don't think anybody's coming in and turning it into another kids camp. It seems like we're kind of maxed out on those, maybe.
So, no, to your point, like, I mean, I got 2 little girls, right? They're 11 and 13. They've never come to me once and said, I want to go to sleepaway camp.
Yeah.
I don't know any of their friends who really go to sleepaway camp.
I know they shut down Camp Mohawk.
Kimmy doesn't get that reference. Are you ready for the summer? No, I don't. I mean, I think to Tommy's point,
Like,
go
I
away.
mean, I could just see parents being very skeptical of them. That's why I'm wondering, like, do they even still exist?
So the way I'm looking at it, just thinking out loud here, there are 2 things short of somebody privately buying this.
Yeah.
That these camps could become. Either A, like a charity buys it,
Right.
and they use it for, kids of all kinds that have all kinds of situations going on.
Right.
Or they become high-end glamping retreats.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Or they could be like hunting lodges.
Yeah, but that would have to be somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I think your glamping thing, you're spot on.
Yeah, that's
that's like high-end stuff. So it's basically then it's going to be a resort.
Yes, because, I mean, we've talked about this on the show before, and I hate all of them because my wife loves these glamping things, and I know it's popular with wives across the greater Rochester area. But, yes, somebody's going to move in. They're going to put a new coat of paint on the building.
Fancy it up.
Yep, they're going to put in, like, big-ass TP tents, and all of a sudden you're going to have to they'll be charging $400 or $500 a night for you to sleep outside at an old Boy Scout
nature
camp.
experience.
Sucks. Sucks. 252 WCMF. Tommy, you said this would be weird. Kimmy, would you want to own your own Boy Scout camp, or you're not really into that?
Nah, it's too much work.
Well, there's one man that
I'm never a camp kid. You know, I never really found a lot of enjoyment out of like kids camp, like even just like day camps.
Yeah, but day camps around here sucked. My parents would send me to Gates Town Camp every day.
It's just babysitting.
Yeah, pretty much.
And there was always like those because they would put kids that were like in 5th grade with kids that were like juniors in high school.
Yeah.
And there was always some dick kid that would steal my pudding every day. Or like he'd be like, hey, I'll trade you this for your pudding. I'd be like, okay, every day like an idiot. And he wouldn't give me his other thing. And I didn't want to tattle on it, but now I'm out of pudding.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. There is one man who knows what he would do if he bought it.
Oh, who's that?
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
Good to hear from you.
I can't talk. It's weird because I have the day off. But anyways, I would buy this, and a group that I'm in, it's called Rally in the Woods. We've been looking for a piece of property to have a racetrack on so we can race all our cars. That's 100% what I would do.
Like race like your regular vehicle.
Well, I mean, yeah, or our old clapped out POS vehicles just for fun.
Okay.
It's not like it's anything serious. It's just for fun.
Well, I mean, I understand, Ben, why you wouldn't want to keep at a campsite after what happened when he was a kid.
Oh, what happened?
Ben, he went away to camp, Boy Scout sleepaway camp.
Yeah.
And like one of the best parts
What's
of
that?
Boy Scout sleepaway camp, making s'mores.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, but there's a problem, Tom.
Yeah, well, you got to make sure that the temperature's just right.
Because of that molten
Oh
marshmallow.
my God, I love me some s'mores, man. Oh my God, this camp is mean to me. It hurts my tongue, and I don't like to taste the chocolate anymore. I hope that's chocolate.
Not doing it for you, Ben? Not today? No?
I didn't get half of that.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to what happens when we pick up the phone with you, buddy. Thanks for the call, though. Have a good rest of the day.
No problem. I'm here all weekend.
All right,
Have a
great.
good one, guys.
Bye, Ben. He's here all weekend for the show
Ben
that
say
we
he's
don't.
a part of like a club.
He's in Rally in the Woods. They take junk cars and they drive them off road.
Okay.
Is that a real thing? Or you're
Yeah,
guessing
well, that's
what
what I
he
was wondering. Like, is this like a small operation? Or
He
is
said
this...
he has buddies.
Okay.
They have a name.
I was most shocked that he had buddies.
That too. You think they would just leave him in the woods? Hey, Ben, we'll meet you there. See you at 8.
You know, there are lots of folks writing in about what they would do. It's essentially making it a kids' camp over again, right? But the only thing, even if you had the money, that would prevent you from spending $3.7 million or $9 million on a camp like this for your own personal use. There's no way you could take care of it on your own.
No.
Yeah, you have to hire.
You would have to hire an army of people.
Maintenance people.
Yeah, mow the lawn, keep the buildings together,
Right.
plumbing, electric, all that stuff. Like the amount of money you would actually have to put into this thing to have it as your own personal retreat. It's like Camp David, right?
Yeah.
Like
That's why you got to go glamping retreat with Big Bank.
What if they did the adult stay away camp?
That's called a nudist colony.
yeah, I wouldn't want any part of that. I don't want to
But
know.
they do exist, and they.
That sounds creepy to me, man.
We've talked about it. I think there's one somewhere in New York, where people will go and they'll do like their bachelor parties, and they'll go and stay for like a weekend or a week. And yeah, it's just it's every.
That sounds like nothing but a lawsuit.
It's every kid's camp activity. And you get like the dining hall, you stay in a cabin. It's like the same concept. You're just doing it as an adult.
Yeah, but like, no.
Bad things are going to happen.
Yeah.
It's alcohol and outside. Stay away.
It's been around for a while now.
I don't care how many diamonds AAA gives it in their little report. There's going to be a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah.
And I want no part.
And there's your lawsuit.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing Monday. Next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapparoo.
The old Friday pre-Super Bowl Rapparoo.
That's exactly what it is. Yep, here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way. We're super late. We will be back here Monday morning. Probably blurry-eyed. Are you going to make it up for the whole game? You don't care.
With this game, no.
What if it's good?
No.
No, okay. All right, so we'll see you back here Monday morning. A lot of fun stuff. Super Promise here in the break room.
Super Promise?
Super Promise, good America time. Here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who, you haven't told us what you're doing for the Super Bowl. You've almost been, like, hiding it. Are you having people over and we're not invited?
You know she is.
No, we're not. We just haven't decided yet.
Oh, so many options.
It's a very popular topic. For Tommy Muley, who's going to take that Super Bowl in alone in his house, drunk before the game starts. My name's Pat Tuffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.